from Councilmember Hindi and Councilmember Ghani that we are waiting for staff to come back with their recommendations on the housing element, the specifics of it, the how we will do that. I guess my question was to be absolutely clear that we are not looking to not meet the housing element. If there are any doubts or if there are different viewpoints on that, I think that at high level we can talk about that because this keeps coming back, that we will not follow the RHNA numbers. We'll probably there is an option, and some community members, and it has, as folks have understood it more, I have heard less and less of this, but still community needs to understand, because it often comes as what are our electeds doing? Can they not fight the RHNA? This is not acceptable, and we have talked multiple times about it. So I think the council really needs to say, I don't think we need to look at how we are meeting it to decide that high level question. How density is looking like, those are questions that staff will bring recommendation suggestion that we'll discuss on how we are meeting it. But if we are meeting it, if there are still any doubts on it, now is the time to talk about those. And I don't think it's, we need to see how we are meeting it to decide if we're gonna be like, we had some changes on waste management from the state and we conformed to it. We went and figured out, it was not easy, we figured out and we met the state laws. So if there is interest in not meeting the state laws, then we should talk about it and we should be very specific on what are the implications, what would it cost us financially or otherwise, and how we will manage that. I'm not saying that's a bad approach, but I think we should be very upfront and really know with eyes wide open what we are signing up for. And I think it is very critical for us to nail that aspect down, not the specifics, not the tactical on how, but if of it. So with that, Councilmember Ghani.
Okay, so two things. I want to answer your question and your point, and then I would like to go to Marlene just real quick on something that she said.
Sure.
I guess I look at it, maybe the way I'm arriving at a decision is a little bit different. If I understood you correctly, what you're saying is, do we want to move forward with meeting the requirements of RHNA? We should have that discussion today. How we do it is for a different time. The way I'm kind of approaching it is, I need to understand how before I can say, do I support it or not? I need to understand from the Planning Commission, from staff, where would these 1,896 units go? And then I can say, you know what, I'm sorry, this doesn't make sense to me and I can't support it. Now we need to take the necessary steps to go back to the state and talk to them. But that's just the way, I'm not saying you're right or I'm right, I'm just saying that's the way I capture information and want to arrive at a decision. I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Can I say just one thing? So on that particular aspect, we need to see where majority of the council stand on that too, also, because staff needs clarity. So we need to understand where most of us feel on that. I agree with how you're thinking, and I've not shared my position yet. I just want to have that conversation. So we see where we stand on that. So are we still saying, based on what staff comes back with, I can choose to say, I'm not going to meet the RHNA numbers, because some of the things can be, we know we are built out. Some of the things we already know, the harsh realities, we already know that it's going to be challenging, it's going to be difficult. So assuming it's going to be difficult, assuming it will look dense or whatever, are we saying we are willing to accept the ramifications that have been outlined by staff multiple times and go in that direction? So if we want to wait till we see what staff comes back with, if majority of us feels that, I totally respect that. Okay. But I just want to not be more decisive than we have been in the past. I mean, that would be what I would want, but
I think you're going to get, and I think you're right, that we should be decisive. And I think you're going to get that. I think once we have the data,
Okay.
you're going to get that decision. I think
So-
that's
so
kind of the way I
so-
see it.
Yeah,
But I'm happy to go with the majority of council.
And also, again, just a process check, because I'm following clearly, I think, the direction or the policy interest is, and as Marlene outlined, and again, this is being pushed up from a priority standpoint, that, and I understand the Madam Mayor's point of view, Sanjay's about trying to get the information. We have now defined that you will have, you will get an update on all those items. You will get that presented to you first, the overlay, the RENA survey that Marlene's spoken to. We're trying to bring that to you in February. And then I will prioritize from a staff standpoint what would be an important and critical discussion, a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the City Council. I believe that's what I'm here to address these issues, so you have the information you need to start to provide policy direction to staff. I think that's what I've heard. If we stay up there, we can continue to move forward.
yeah. So thank you, Kevin. And Councilmember Sullivan, I was engaging with Councilmember Ghani. He has not wrapped up his comments. I'll come to you after him. So if it's okay with you, Councilmember Ghani, on that particular topic, what Kevin just summarized, everyone agrees with that. Anyone has disagreement? We are waiting till February when staff comes back with to decide that that overarching kind of decision. Everyone is in agreement, I assume.
And
At least three of us are.
yeah,
So-
and a meeting
okay.
in March
Yeah.
with the Planning Commission to make sure you're comfortable with
Okay.
that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, I'll let you wrap up your thoughts, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. And then I wanted to follow up, Marlene, on a comment that Vice Mayor Fruman made and a response that you gave to him about the limited number of sites and representing through imagery what the density could look like. I still think it's important, even with the limited number of sites, we were talking about the affordable housing overlay zone, or we're talking about RENA, that we have a physical, digital, or even representation of what we are proposing and how we're going to get that done. And so I would like to see, I just wanted to throw my input in, for me to be able to have a conversation with the community, and also for me to digest fully what we're talking about. That would be extremely helpful at the AHOZ level, as well as the RENA level, with regards to showing me what we're looking at with regards to development at, whether it's the specific sites under AHOZ or anything else that comes out with RENA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Councilmember Sullivan?
I want to first congratulate the city of Foster City for meeting a lot of the housing needs in the last 10 or 15 years with being aggressive with the 20% affordable housing. I'm going to approach it as a realtor and also a person concerned in the community. As you know, the state gave us our RENA numbers. I'm in support of building more housing, but I'm not in support of building one-bedroom and studio apartments to solve a problem for shortage of workforce housing and senior housing and middle-of-the-road housing. So I hope that when we look and plan in the future down here and we look at the sites and locations, that somehow we can work with the developer or that we can work with other or outside organizations to make sure that we can start to build those two-bedroom, two-bath. If we are a family-oriented community, we cannot continue to keep our workforce people two families living in a two-bedroom, one-bath or a one-bedroom, one-bath. The quality of life is important here in the city of Foster City. A lot of people migrate here primarily for the schools and the availability and the safety in the community. So my comments are just that let's work with the RENA numbers, but let's work in expanding that housing to be appropriate for the senior citizens. In something to keep in mind, San Mateo County and Santa Clara County, 60% of your senior citizens own their own homes. They're not moving because of taxation. So we've got a lot of disappropriation of housing out there now. So hopefully we can tackle the problem. I know the city of Foster City alone can't solve the problem in the state, but we can work closer with our community to build more appropriate housing, not just one bedroom and studio apartments that we call, and again, it's not just the city of Foster City, it's basic economics. A developer, when you tell a developer that they need to build 15 to 20% affordable housing, they're going to build one bedroom and studio apartments because it's a profit driven. So until we figure a way around that profit deliverable solution where we can build 2-bedroom, 2-baths and 3-bedroom, 2-baths, it's going to be still a difficult challenge for housing. I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. I think there's enough direction to staff on this one.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, Sam,
I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Hindi, please.
I'm sorry. I got a question for Marlene. Marlene, when those sites are identified to meet the RENA numbers, are those open to being edited? Let's say you come up and say, property A, we're gonna put 200 units in it, and property B, 100, and so forth. And we take a look at this. It's really too much density in this property. Do you have the flexibility to kind of tweak those identification of sites, or those will be pretty much, this is the best that you could do?
So, Councilmember Hindi, I think we are going to be presenting a range, right? It is ultimately the developer who will come back to the city and say, this is the density at which they would like to develop. And so it's a range that the maximum, the cap of the range is based on what the general plan allows. There's state density bonus laws, of course, that they could take advantage of. So it's not a finite number of units at this point. What we are demonstrating to the state is, given the general plan maximum allowable densities, this is what you could potentially obtain.
Thank you. I think you touched on the very most important point, really, in this whole process. When we get down to it, you really, at this point, correct me if I'm wrong with your identification, you are identifying those properties that in the current zoning, that they are below their allowable density, more or less, right? And you're identifying those and saying, this is the max that you could put on this property.
But also we are recommending certain sites for upzoning to increasing those densities. So it's a menu of options that we'll be bringing to you, where we as staff, in our professional opinion, think we could reach those numbers. And we have to see if the state, reviews that and thinks that's a realistic and reasonable way we have projected and gone through our exercise of identifying sites.
Thanks. I don't want to get too much into that and take so much time, but one final question on this. When you come back to us, would you be separating, say, property A or site A? This is their maximum allowable density as it is today, and this is what we are proposing of providing additional. So we, at least we know this is what they could do, whether we tell them or not, or whether we allow them or not, they are allowed today, they are entitled to it today, and how much more we go beyond.
Yes, we will be doing that.
Okay, thanks. And then my final comment, kind of response on Councilmember Sullivan. He was mentioning no 1-bedroom, no 1 studio, who wants to see more 2-bedroom, more 3-bedroom, quality of life. And I'm sorry, I have to respectfully disagree. It's not up to me, and it's not up to each individual one of us to determine, like I said earlier, what is the right size of housing for the individual or the family that's going to live in it. If one person or 2 people want to live in a studio, or want to live in 1-bedroom, or want to live in 3-bedroom, that's not up to me to decide. That's up to them to decide what is adequate for them. What is it that enhances their quality of life? What is it that they're looking for? So, being the diverse community we are in our housing stock and our housing inventory, I don't think we should be limiting ourselves, or we should be pushing for 2 or 3-bedroom at the expense of 1 or studios. Again, different needs, different people can't dictate and can't skew the development into one direction. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Any Vice Mayor Froome?
Thank you. Just a really quick response to the last comment, that I would tend to agree with Councilmember Sullivan to some extent, in the sense that what I believe he's talking about is opportunity, is having a 2 or 3-bedroom opportunity or option allows those people that feel that that's the quality of life that they're looking for, have the ability to move into Foster City. If all we do is build studios and 1-bedrooms, you're only going to attract either those small families that can fit in there or people who are willing to, as you mentioned, that's the quality of life that's acceptable to them. So I think it's about opportunity, but I think there has to be some understanding that things need to pencil out. You can't have a ton of 2 and 3 bedroom units, the bigger units, to make these things work. I have a couple comments other than that. One is that for me, there's a significant difference between voluntarily violating RENA and saying, we're not going to include 1,900 units in our housing plan, and challenging the state with the numbers that they've given us. There's a difference. One is just sitting here, not engaging the state at all and saying, forget it, we're going to put 100 units in and we're not going to get it certified and we'll live with the consequences. That's one type of decision you can make. The other one is to do what we've talked about to some extent here, is look at how the things are going to impact us. We have challenged to some extent our RENA number in a very early preliminary phase with professional assessment of what impacts it might have. With the information we're going to have that we've requested and staff is bringing to us in the next month or so, we won't be basing it on a professional opinion. It'll be based on more factual data that we can look at and we can understand the true impacts on our community, with which we could use that information to have discussion with the state to challenge if that was the will of the council. And then really quickly, a question for Marlene. If we were to take all of our apartment communities or multifamily dwelling communities and we allowed them all, or they all rebuilt to their maximum density allowed by the current code or our current master plan, we would not meet the 1,900 units, correct? We have to upzone somewhere?
If we were to consider all of them, and if they all were to build to what they're currently allowed, I would say that we would meet our numbers. But what the state is looking for is realistic potential, development potential. So it's not a blanket identification of sites that they're looking for. And they're looking for a combination of sites, programs, and policies. How are we enabling production of more housing? So there's a lot of things that we have to take under consideration. Laws have become more stringent. They're scrutinizing us more. In fact, HCD is going to be doing a tour of sites, housing sites in the Bay Area, in the Peninsula. We're trying to coordinate that with them so they get a sense of some of the physical constraints each jurisdiction is dealing with. So there's a lot that goes in, and it's not as straightforward an answer, but if we were just to look at it just from the way it is now, and if everyone were to build up to the maximum allowable general plan density, it would be more than 1,800 units.
All right, and then one final thought that just came to mind. In our discussion later, do we get to consider, I think to some extent we considered accessory dwelling units as part of that stock that might help us meet the level. Now with 9 and 10, are we able to use those new state laws to realistically assess how many properties might take advantage of those opportunities the state has given them and use that towards our housing stock for RENA?
At this point, what the state, I mean, of course, if someone were to develop their lot under SB 9, it would count towards the RENA numbers. But what the state is not accepting at this point is using SB 9 lots, projections or whatnot as part of the housing element, because there's just a lot of assumptions we have to take into place. There have been studies that show what pencils out in different communities as far as SB 9 is concerned. But that's not a program that we can use at this point. That said, some communities are trying to incentivize homeowners to record their SB 9 lots as very low in an effort to meet their RENA numbers in those categories, there is a chance that that could be challenged, and I would defer to Ben for that. But I know of a few communities that are incentivizing developers, or actually it could also be de-incentivizing developers because they might want to split lots, but not want to necessarily rent it out to very low and low. So it can go both ways.
All right, I guess my concern with that is, and I guess maybe it's not the right discussion time, but just really quickly, we by law then have to state in other areas how we get to these 1,900 units, which in essence could change zoning and allowances on properties to get to that level. And then we may see some of these 9 and 10 or accessory dwelling unit projects that get us a certain number. And now instead of 1,900, we could be at 2,000 or more because we haven't been allowed to include the ADUs or these lot splits in our RENA numbers. And you can't go back and then say, well, now that over the first 3 or 4 years, we've had all these ADUs or something coming forward, we're going to go back and reduce in a certain area to maintain.
Realistically, if we plan for whatever numbers we have to plan for, they're not all going to pencil out, right?
Right.
And so the number of ADUs that get built, which is a handful in Foster City from what we've seen, those count towards that larger number. But again, it's a very small fraction that. Yeah.
Thanks, Marlene. And if I can interject here, again, from a process standpoint, I get the questions. We're getting down into the detail, I think, and you are going to, great questions, but I think, again, from a process standpoint up here, have very clear direction, and I think you're going to have great opportunities in February and March to really get into these details and fantastic policy questions. So with that, I defer back to the mayor.
Thank you, Kevin.
Madam Mayor,
so-
I got a point of clarification, if I may. Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt,
please.
but
Councilmember Hindi.
being offside a little bit challenging, so I apologize for interrupting. Just a point of clarification, I heard that what I believe that I was misunderstood when I was advocating or saying it's okay to have 1 bedroom and single and 1 studio. I didn't say only 1 bedroom and 1 studio. I was just responding to the fact that we should only build 2 or 3 bedroom. But by no means am I suggesting that we only build studios or 1 bedroom. That's number one. And I do have a question also for Marlene very quickly on the affordable housing overlay zone, Marlene, that we are working on. Is that for cycle 5 or cycle 6?
That is a cycle 5 implementation program, but the units that may potentially be built, if someone were to take advantage of the affordable housing overlay zone, those units would be counted towards our RENA 6. So we are actually, the timing actually worked for us in this case.
Okay, so if somebody takes advantage of them for 5, they'll be at 5. If they are left and they develop develop and RENA 6, then they will be applied to 6.
Correct.
That's the win-win in a sense.
Correct.
That's
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a process check.
City Manager Miller, I believe Vice Mayor Fruman had a question.
Just a clarification. I understand there's a difference between the planning for, which is required for to meet RENA and the housing element, and the production where you get the credit for it is different. Where we're required in cycle 5 to identify with some 400 plus units, I believe. And I thought part of the overlay zone was to account for some of those 400 some odd units. If we use them there, my understanding was even if they're not built yet, we can't use those as part of the 1,900 for planning purposes. We have to plan for 2,300, the combination of those two numbers, don't we? With the hope that the production, no. So the 400 kind of goes away and the 1,900 becomes the new number.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we have demonstrated compliance towards meeting our housing element programs, we don't have, those don't get carried over necessarily. It's when we fail to act on something we've promised, as an example, we fail to adopt an AHOZ, then yes, there are ramifications, including carryover of RENA 5 numbers to RENA 6. At this point, we haven't heard anything from HCD one way or the other.
So those properties that we identified to try to meet the
5.
Series 5 can be used for Series 6 if they haven't been, we can use them for that 1900.
Yes, and we are coming to you with some creative suggestions and solutions to be able to reuse the site, so stay tuned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. I think we are wrapped up on this topic. We are ready to move on to the next item.
Yeah, let me check in from a process standpoint. I think I'm sensing right now the council's comfortable with the tempo and the progress we're making up to this point, so we'll continue to try to keep focus. I think that's going well. What I'd like to suggest is that we handle item 4, ongoing revenue that is sustainable, and tackle that over the next half hour and take a break at lunch. That will, again, allow us to recapture these comments and then share it again when we restart.
Sounds good.
So we'll try to work within the next half hour to tackle as much as we can of item 4, ongoing revenue,
So we have not yet covered number 3.
or
So,
viable retail, viable economic development.
yeah, number 3.
Some of that's come up, but
Yeah,
you can.
some,
leave that
yeah,
for-
we have touched on it. So, yeah, we will attempt to wrap up 3 and 4. Let's see how far we are able to go. So we are on bullet number 3 on agenda item 5, viable retail, viable economic development. I started to talk about that. I would be a strong supporter and advocate for figuring out ways to optimize our waterways, the unique aspects about Foster City, understanding we may not become a destination, but we have a ton of opportunity to identify a few sites and energize them, create vibrancy in Foster City. Leo Ryan Park is one example as part of our rec center plan. There are probably opportunities, and past council members, and Sam was one of them, also have discussed ideas which I loved, whether it's beer garden or a food container, things of that nature. We have an opportunity, and I think we should make that happen. That is the one area, and as I mentioned, Councilmember Ghahani had great thoughts on it. I'm looking forward to listen to them. The other area is to what extent we want to analyze and figure out ways to engage with the business community and really understand the underlying reasons why we don't see success in restaurants as well as retail in Foster City. So those are the 2 key areas on this topic, and I will open it up for discussion. Councilmember Ghahani.
No, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, just to re-highlight, right, to dive in a little bit more to the details, I think there's a phenomenal opportunity here to retain our largest piece of land that we own as a golf course and activate it with an exciting amenity that has unobstructed views of San Francisco and of Oakland, giving the community what they've been begging for a long time, which is a steak and seafood house, high-end steak and seafood house, and adding a rooftop bar there, which would then just energize that area where you can move, the current shack that's being really where everyone's operating out of into a much better amenity as well. That's just a piece of testing out whether we're a destination place or not. I mean, to me, candidly, I'm still surprised that we don't have autonomous gondolas, that someone hasn't come up with a business plan to really take people out on a 15-minute, 30-minute, or 45-minute ride as part of a package with one of our restaurants for $100 a person, but hey, that's just me. But I think there's an opportunity to really test out if there's interest in that type of experience, because the landscape is completely different. Anybody that we're competing with a rooftop bar has a view of like big buildings, the city, or some waterways that are far away. They're not here. And from a restaurant perspective, if you have a view, it seems to be a great amenity to have from a retention perspective. The other pieces, and of course, you can be a little bit loud out there because you're out there. The other piece, and you're absolutely right, Councilmember Hindy's brought this up, and this was part of the rec center plan, was considering a beer garden at Leo J. Ryan Park. And I think that's a very low-cost way of testing out the market. If you, something like Fieldworks or one of the competitors was to bring up a pop-up, little, light food, something like that, that's an opportunity there to really test the market to see if people really enjoy having that type of experience by our lagoon as an entry point there. Should we be successful, and should there be a sufficient amount of demand with the new rec center and this, these few things that we're talking about here, I think there should be some consideration and discussion, and this is years down the road, on activating Leo J. Ryan Park a little bit more and expanding it. But what I do support is this bite-sized approach to validating our theory, if we all agree to it, or if enough of us agree to it, that these types of amenities are of interest and are sustainable in Foster City and from outside of Foster City. And once those are validated, then I think it's prudent to consider a discussion or have the conversation about expanding some of those concepts to bring more to Foster City. But I think we have a lot to share here. I think we have a lot to show here. I think there's again, to me, the exciting part about even having this discussion is that we're really considering not being a hidden gem anymore and really putting us on the map. So again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Kahani. Who wants to go next? Councilmember Sullivan. Please go ahead, Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilman Sanjay and Councilman Hindi on their comments. I was excited to hear that they were thinking outside of the box about a beer garden or a top of the mark thing. I'm coming from a business aspect. For the last 30 or 40 years, I have sat on many roundtable situations with developing retail and shops out here in the city of Foster City. And we are the crown jewel. But the one thing that we have failed to do is push that crown jewel and attract businesses that are going to complement our waterways, our sports and stuff like that. I want to say that we've spent so many countless hours in staff time. I'm looking at what happened with Foster Square. I think I'm excited to see the restaurants and the diversity out there. But if you guys can remember the pictures when you saw the proposed thing for Foster Square, we were going to have a lot of people out there with produce, selling produce, and we were going to have wine and a lot of engagement. So it got really narrowed down. It seems like it's prospering, but of course out there, if I even look now, there's a couple vacancies still out there, and I think they will eventually be picked up. I'd like to see that we accent our theme in Foster City, and that when we gravitate towards retail and business, that we actually encourage. We have the dragon boat races. We have people coming out here for tennis. We have people doing bicycle riding. One of our greatest strengths and amenities is our parks and our waterways. It is the crown jewel. But in order to attract more people to come here, we have to have reasonable rents. A steakhouse would be wonderful. As we all know, the fish market is up for sale, or the property is up for sale. I have encouraged the people of the city, or the people that own the fish market, to consider coming out here. And I'm not saying that is off the charts. I know the city has engaged in sending them an interest if they wanted to come to the city of Foster City. But now's the time to really actually plan something that's going to encourage people to want to come to the city of Foster City. When you look at Burlingame, people go for the shops. So when you look at San Carlos, they go for the restaurants. When they go to Los Gatos, they go for the antiques. You've got to have a reason why we would become a destination. And I think a restaurant would do. It's a good start. A steakhouse would be wonderful. There's not a steakhouse around here except the one in San Carlos there off the airport, which is a great location. So I think we push for retail. We push to get those right people in here. And we've got to work with the different businesses to maybe offset something so they can be supportive of the same thing. So that will be my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. Number one is I would apprehensively agree with the mayor on becoming a destination. It's a bold statement to make that we're not. but to some extent is realistic in the sense that we're not on El Camino. You know, almost every other community in San Mateo County has some connection to El Camino Real. And that helps their retail and other types of businesses in town, which means that we have a harder task to achieve to get people to come to Foster City. Councilmember Sullivan was mentioning the early discussions on Foster Square. And in the early days, they were talking about larger development there in the way of retail. They talked about a movie theater. They talked about some of those things. And we had market analysis done, as I recall, that talked about the ability to you have to be unique to bring them over, because a movie theater here, you've got a movie theater downtown San Mateo, you got another one at Hillsdale. How do we expect that they're going to come here as opposed to someplace else unless we were very different? So I think those are the things we need to consider when we're enhancing our retail and economic development. Is we need to give unique opportunities, which means taking advantage of those characteristics of our community that are unique or different from others. As Councilmember Gahani mentioned, the bay views and the access and land that we have that's close to the bay is something that's different than a lot of other places. Our lagoon system and bringing vitality to our lagoon system with the few remaining opportunities that we have there. We've lost a couple over the last couple decades of access to that water area. The one concern I have is we were just having a discussion about vacancies. And I like the bite size idea, start off small, see how it works before you expand. But when we talk about the rec center and a beer garden or something like that, I can get behind something like that if that amenity were tested ahead of time, maybe with the existing infrastructure we have there somehow. Or if what we built at the Ryan Park to support that is something that was at least temporary to start with, so that if things didn't work out, we don't create that vacancy look that we've been just talking about. Because we are a little bit different. You know, we talk about Fieldworks. Fieldworks is in the middle of a very large commercial development. There's a lot of young professionals that are there. It's easy to come right down to that location right after work or the middle of the day at work and partake. And if we were to look at a beer garden in the middle of Vintage Park, that's a little bit different. You got that draw. At Ryan Park, it doesn't have the same draw. So we're looking at a different different business model if we're looking at that. I think that's about it. Just looking at our unique aspects to take advantage of those.
Yeah, no, those are great points. It's the balance, right? So while we are looking to leverage our uniqueness, our waterways and lagoon system, but at the same, and that potentially could be Leo Ryan Park, but then also thinking through whether it will be successful or not to create great points. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great points by everybody. Well, good point. For me, the key here is the word viable retail or viable economic development. And viability, if I'm looking at most of the retails and the eateries in Foster City over the years, the one that had succeeded, the one that had thrived, are the ones that are able to attract customers from outside the city, or the one who are able to attract our employees. I could tell you without a doubt in my mind that if you expect a restaurant to succeed based on Foster City residents, it's not going to happen. As much as we love it, none of us going to be going there weekly or daily to eat at a restaurant, no matter how great the restaurant is. So we got to figure out whatever we bring or whatever we think potentially will be brought here to be a viable establishment. It has three components to bring in as far as customer base. One, the residents of Foster City have to like it and have to be something that they have interest in to be customers, to patronize it. Second, it has to be also appealing to the employees who are a large chunk, obviously not now with COVID, but hopefully at one point or another, they'll come back to their offices and that would be appealing to them so they could come in, spend time and their hard-earned dollars. And as so the third component is you really need to attract people from the region. And there goes the point that my colleagues were making. You have to rely on our uniqueness. What do we have that other communities around us do not have? And that would be how you could attract those from outside. Now, some people argue, well, we don't want people coming here. It's just, well, you can't do it then. It's just not going to work. You're going to have people come in. Yes, occasionally you might deal with more cars, more parking, more traffic, what have you. But I mean, you go to Burlingame, you go to Redwood City, you're not going to have, if you want the vitality, you're going to have crowd come in. Otherwise, the businesses cannot survive. I mean, I wish you can, but it doesn't work that way. So we have to make sure our expectations are realistic. I think on the golf course, the idea that Councilmember Ghahani had mentioned, we talked about it last year and the year before. I think in general, the idea is good. But for me, at this point, I cannot comment on the golf course until we really get the staff input from what we had tasked them at the last discussion we had about the golf course. But it has to be, I think you could really generate 3 different experiences in Foster City that will kind of give you a whole picture. One component might be the golf course, if that is feasible, if that is the best approach to it. Second, and the rec center in Lee Ryan Park, that's a really unique destination, unique area in a sense, and I think I will address Councilmember Fruman, Vice Mayor Fruman's concerns, whether, so you're right, to your point, you really don't want to invest a lot of money in infrastructure, and this model does not work, right? So, and I think hence comes the idea of outdoor, for example, beer garden, which will take a lot less to build, and if it doesn't work for whatever reason, you could repurpose the place to whatever the use is. And that also ties in with the idea of having, similar to what we have now, like the food trucks. Instead of being one day, you kind of have like a shipping containers somewhere on that site that will be providing daily food. And the idea probably is like more a proof of concept for upcoming chefs, and they will come in, take that space for about a year, whatever the time might be. If they are successful, they move to a permanent traditional kind of food establishment, and somebody else will come in. Thus, you will have a change of the kind of food that we keep coming into the area over there. And if it doesn't work, again, you're not investing in infrastructure, more like a shipping container kind of thing. They could be removed at a reasonable cost, if you will, and repurpose the place to whatever the intended original, or whether it's something else the future council would like to see happen or the community would like to see happen. But I think that area is unique in that sense. For me, I mean, I love Lee Orion, and I know many members of our community do love Lee Orion, but I find myself, when I want to relax, I walk on the boardwalk a couple of times. The scenery, the landscaping, the water, it's all relaxing, it's all energizing. But then there's nothing much to do, you know, and that's the idea of having a place where it could be active, could be not just when we have events. Quite frankly, I think it's a big missed opportunity for our Lee Orion Park, for our amphitheater, to just happen during the summer concerts. This could be almost year-round activities going on in there. That would be maybe not a destination necessarily for outside of the city, but definitely destination for Foster City residents to come in to this one space, whether having music, whether having shows, whether having, I mean, food, beer, whatever the case might be. But you bring enough amenities, enough activities, enough community events that could be not necessarily city events. Other members of community groups, it could come in and create and run those events. You really have a vibrant area. With that comes people, you get a draw from people from outside at that point, and thus you create the economic development. I think the potential for this site is so great. And then if you think about it in the view and the scope of it, really eventually, if that site takes off and becomes successful, you're going to have a huge influence on what happens on Foster Square, because simply you crossing street. Although now maybe the establishment, some might say, well, not that kind of establishment that we envisioned. But I think if you have a vibrant area in Leo Ryan Park, that will spill over eventually to attract, because at the end of the day, these good establishments that we are aspire to have, they want to see traffic. If there's no traffic, they're not coming. Traffic meaning is a number of people, that potential customers coming in. So it could really have a positive impact eventually on that area. And I think, quite frankly, the last one, the Edgewater Plaza, is another component that also have a uniqueness to it, being on the water and having boat access, and have it one of the largest shopping center that we have in the city. That really need to be redeveloped to where you could have a vibrant retail in it, and vibrant restaurants and eateries. And that goes back to my comment, how do we engage? How do we get to the point to where we could revitalize it and have the property owner redevelop it in a way that could provide us the things that we want? With the understanding that, like I mentioned earlier, the property owner is an investor, is not going to do it without having any financial benefit. So we have to understand what is it that we are, as a community, it could stomach in the term of housing added to that site. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So if somebody is dreaming about having that site redeveloped without having a housing component on it, I could tell you it's not going to happen. So we need to have an honest conversation with our community as to what are the real possibilities and how will we accomplish them. So, and just to make sure so nobody misunderstand me, I'm not advocating for anything close to what the property owner had come in with in 2015, just to be clear. But also saying no to any housing and it's not going to get you anywhere. So that also to be clear. So there's a lot of potential, to be honest, and it's so important, because when we talk about, it goes back to the economic development portion of it, economic development by basically not just the retail, also attracting businesses and become a business destination. You need to, part of what employers look for is what kind of amenities does the city have for their employees, because that's a selling point for them to recruit. So having successful retail and having successful business environment kind of go hand in hand. What is it as a city, as Sanjay mentioned, that we want to be known as a business-friendly city? Great. How do we accomplish that? What is it that we need to do to make that a reality, not a slogan? And that's, I would like to hear that back from staff. What is it that we could do to make this is a real business-friendly community? I believe it is to a certain extent, but how can we improve on it? How could we use those improvements as tools to recruit people to come in, recruit businesses to come in and be part of us? Those are my thoughts. I might jump in and raise my hand one more time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. I see Councilmember Kahani.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of just piggyback off what Councilmember Hindi just said. I think today's about slogans. I mean, that's what it's about. We're going to go do the work if we all agree on backing that slogan. If we think that that's what we want to do and this is the direction we want to go in over the next 5 to 10 years, that's what today's about. And I totally support what you said about us assessing where we're at as a business-friendly city and evaluating how we could be more business-friendly so that we could reduce the risk of new businesses or entrepreneurs taking the risk on coming to Foster City and proving history wrong, that retail comes here to die. We have to make it easier for them. We have to make it less risky to attract the real experiences and amenities that we want. And to really excite the community, to really activate the community. And I just wanted to piggyback on that. And I also want to say that, in preparation for thinking about the future, I met with the owner of Edgewater Plaza. I met with the owner, had a conversation with them, not as a representative of this council and not taking a position there, but to really learn about what happened, and why were they so frustrated with how the whole relationship just kind of disintegrated between them and the city. And I learned quite a bit in that, but I also learned that they're open to having a conversation. And I think you're absolutely right, Councilmember Hindi. There's no way that site gets redeveloped without housing on it. But I think there's absolutely a way, which I think you're alluding to as well, that the door's open for a conversation to not have that same proposal come back, but have that discussion with them. And I think there's definitely an opportunity there for staff for us to do that. And I think it's worth having that conversation and bringing such a critical landowner, a property in our city, bringing them back to the table and to have that conversation and to improve that relationship would be beneficial for our community. I also think, and just to wrap up my thoughts here, thank you for your patience and your time. I think there's, that conversation with private property owners. So whether it be Edgewater Place, Beach Park Plaza, having that conversation. How do you revitalize it? How do you energize it? If that means adding some units and having that conversation with the community and saying, hey, this is what we get in return, we should have that conversation. And also OSH. We've talked about OSH. We should, again, privately owned, we should try to understand what's going on there. But those are my thoughts this time. I'm sure I'll probably circle back after listening to you guys. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. We've mentioned a couple times specific lots or specific locations. Costco's another one. Costco opened the door several years ago to expand their business a little bit that would bring in more tax revenue, sales tax revenue into our community. It'd be nice to see where we are with that, or if they're still interested, is there a way that we can realize that enhanced service within our community, as well as increase the tax dollars that are coming in. I think Orchard Supply is another good one. You run into difficult situations, I think, with how interested they are, how hungry they are to do things. If something's vacant, but they're still getting an income, it's really hard how do you push them into doing something else? And I don't know how we deal with some of those things, but I know that I've heard, and I'm assuming that everybody on the dais has an opinion as to what might work well at the OSH site. And I fit into that group. I have an idea that I think might be worth exploring. How do we deal with that? How do we provide that do we give that to staff? How do we get that to the landowner, the business owner, to see if that's something that might be useful? I agree that there are certain things I'm interested in learning more about what we can do as a city government to make things more business friendly. One of the things that Councilmember Sullivan mentioned earlier, and I'm interested in hearing maybe some follow-up if there is any, he mentioned about high rents as being a concern, and that's part of what makes a business viable is being able to have enough revenue to cover the cost of the business. Were there any thoughts on, because that's something that I look at and I say, okay, what are we supposed to do about that? What control do we have over rents? And if there was an idea or a thought of how we can address that particular hindrance to businesses succeeding.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Any additional comments from anyone at this time? So I will just do a check-in, Kevin, at this time on this particular topic. Is there clarity on actionable next steps?
Microphone.
Thank you. I think as your interim city manager and a future visitor, I think the priority is to get a beer garden in. Is that what I heard? 2 points. We are already moving on 2 of the items. As you know,
Right.
from a policy, you have provided us policy direction in regards to the golf course.
Right.
We are responsible and now working, I've asked the city attorney's office to expedite getting the title information that we need to complete the environmental analysis and soils analysis, as well as ownership of the property. He believes it's within my authority to process that. He'll get back to me. That policy direction you've given to us, so we're working on that to get you the direction you need. In regards to the rec center, that's coming to you on the 31st, and I'll expand that discussion into Leo Ryan Park. And then I will make a note as a priority, this just whole concept of re-energizing space, that business-friendly discussion in regards to Osh, Costco, Beach Park Plaza, Edgewater Plaza. That now seems to be a discussion that needs to somehow work its way up and come back to have a more open policy direction. I think I've captured those three as really where this discussion led us. And then we'd look at those notes.
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Madam Mayor?
Still on number,
You're still on number 3. Yeah.
yes,
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Hindi, please.
Very quickly, I'm sorry. I just didn't hear any feedback or any interest or express response on my C-Cloud 2 item that I had brought. I just want to make sure my colleagues either yes or no, so staff could get a clear direction.
I would be, well, Council Vice Mayor Fruman.
I had that down listed as an interest in making sure that we don't spend a lot of time on things that we can't use. We can't, because C-Cloud 2 has come up a few times, not a lot, but a few times. And I keep hearing that it's protected wetlands, that we can't get in there, the same things that Councilmember Hindi had mentioned. And when he first started talking, I was thinking, why are we spending time on a piece of property that we can't use? And then as he developed his thought as to what can we do to reclaim opportunity there, I have interest in that. Because it is a location that's, I mean, honestly, I thought that would be a perfect location for our 4th elementary school. But obviously that's passed. I don't know what all we can do there because of its location and accessibility, but retaining or recovering rights to use the property, I would tend to agree with.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, just a comment on C-Cloud. I'm open to the discussion, but my concern from the past, and I think it was prior to you even maybe being in the city of Foster City, we had some issues out there with the dredging, and we put the spoils out there in C-Cloud too. So my concerns would be the toxicity, and Councilman Fruman's comments were well taken. I'm not sure that really would be on the chart to explore out there, but maybe staff can give us a little bit better direction on it. I don't want to be spending a lot of unnecessary staff time or thing and find out that is a wetland and the toxicity is going to cost us more to develop it than anything else.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Councilmember Gahani, do you have any thoughts on C-Cloud 2? Just
No, I totally support having the discussion. And just, yeah, I think we should put that on the radar.
yeah. So Councilmember Hindi, sounds like there's enough support for staff to explore that further. I would just mention that, yes, I'll be supportive of that too. I'll just mention that I had a conversation with Marlene and staff, and Kevin, I don't think it'll take a long time for staff, and I don't want to assume that, but it sounds like council is.
Yeah, I
in
think
agreement too.
it sounds like there's interest, and again, this is the excellent conversation as far as policy direction. I think at a minimum, we can provide an update on sort of C-Cloud Park, what I call phase 2 of C-Cloud Park, the 19 acres there. Just a basic update of factual information, reclaiming, et cetera. So yes, I understand that issue, and that's something I think we can get to you earlier than later. And as you know, it is prescribed wetlands now, but it's not to say you can't go back and revisit it. We did have a permit at one time, as I think you all know, to build on it. It was going to be a park. So yes, I understand that direction, and we'll get the appropriate information back to City Council for your further policy direction.
Thank you, Kevin. I will do a quick time check here. Do we have enough time to go over Item number 4?
If you'd like to go over item number 4, some of it, it's interestingly enough, again, you've talked about viable revenue sources and how it ties into viable retail,
Yes.
right? Or some of
Yes.
development. So maybe I can suggest, yeah, can we, if the council is comfortable, you want to continue on and complete that and then break for lunch, and we'll take a good half hour for lunch and then reconvene if that works at the pleasure of the council?
Yes, that works for me, like,
Okay. so
looks like there's
continue that-
consensus on that.
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about ongoing revenue that is sustainable, built on property tax growth and business development growth. As Kevin mentioned, we already touched on, a number of aspects related to business growth, economic development, et cetera. There are 2 big categories that I would mention. I'm open to additional categories on this one. One is how can we figure out ways to lower cost leveraging technology? Is there enough appetite to explore that? As a city overall, are we leveraging technology enough, especially in today's time and age? And one of the aspects related to that, as Councilmember Sullivan mentioned, the way government functions now, we are open to and have done remote work, and that applies to several of the steps that planning and building department do, like how can we leverage more technology overall and reduce costs. So it's related to, not directly related to increasing revenue, but as a way to having a more sustainable budget. That's one aspect. And the second aspect, I would love to hear from everyone their thoughts on revisiting our reserve policy, and think about our position on this, and thinking long-term, and think from the standpoint of investment, not to jeopardize the original use of the reserves for emergency, and then kind of like revisiting what emergency really is, and optimize that for maximum return. Sometimes no investment is a loss, like all the time. We have an opportunity, we have liabilities, but we have an opportunity for making intelligent investments. So what are council's thoughts on that? So those 2 items really on that one. So, and I open the floor for discussion. Vice Mayor Fruman. Oh, can I keep missing Councilmember Hindi multiple times because he's online. I'll give Councilmember Hindi the chance, if that's okay, Vice Mayor.
That's okay. Thank you so much. This is a very important discussion. And I want to kind of bring, first of all, something that I had touched on earlier today, which is we were talking about something unique about Foster City. How do we attract retail and how do we attract the restaurants and so forth, which was our waterway. In this sense here, in this example, I think we also have something very unique and something that we should be extremely proud of, which is securing the future of our city from sea level rise to at least 2050, and we're able to adapt to 2100. I think this is a huge, huge selling point to have attract a business community and have a diversify our revenue sources. In essence, not just because of the property, of course, because that would not be diversification. I'm talking about seeking businesses, these that we could capture their sales tax that currently is not having. And the reason I mentioned this, when Illumina campus was in negotiation and it came to Foster City, the original plan for Illumina was that they will bring their manufacturing into that site, and thus the city of Foster City will be capturing all the sales tax that happens from the manufacturing of Illumina products. That deal did not materialize because after all the agreements, Illumina basically were told by their insurance company that this site is not safe and is not secure, is not protected from sea level rise, and it will be uninsured and unwise decision to put your manufacturing equipment and your manufacturing on such a site. I think with the building of our levy system, it really provide us that unique opportunity to where we could go out and seek those kind of jobs, if you will, that will generate not just property tax, but also an important chunk, an important piece of sales tax, more than just a sales tax that you're gonna get from small retail selling soda or selling a bag of rice and what have you. So I think that's a great opportunity here. And quite frankly, I think staff should really be, we should all be celebrating the fact that we are the pioneers in the Bay Area of building a levee system that will address sea level rise. This is a huge accomplishment. This is an accomplishment. It's one of those examples that, I think we should all be proud of, because when you think about this 15, 20 years down the line, you know what? I was part of that. I was part of that decision-making process that made this happen, that protected this community, and we were the leaders in it. We were the pioneers. So that goes a long way. The other piece to answer your other question on the reserve policy, I think we are fortunate that we have been able to put so much money in our reserve that it is great, because reserve is really important. It is really important to address the emergency and to address unforeseen circumstances. And how do you be sure you are prepared? You have to be prepared. So, and I think the city is very well prepared. But then comes the question is, I've been watching and looking at our reserve grow, which is a great thing. But I think we need to come to a policy direction as to what percentage is enough. Are we going to continue to keep putting money into our reserves beyond a certain percentage? And if we do, is that really wise? Because I ask that question, is it really wise? Because there'll come a point to say, okay, I have enough reserve to last me 30 days, 60 days, whatever that timeline is. And what happens after that? Because the fact is, and I don't know if Edmund is available, he could join us on Zoom and help us with this information. I sent him an email. I don't know, Edmund, if you had a chance to take a look at it, a couple of questions. One of them basically is about, when you have excess reserve, what I would call excess reserve, because when you have so much of it, more than what you could potentially use in most circumstances, obviously nobody could foretell the future 100%, but when you get an excessive amount, at that point, in my view, at least, without looking at numbers, and that's where Edmund would come in, you start losing money. You start using purchasing power. So I asked Edmund a question. I don't know, Edmund, if you got my email and you had enough time to look at it. Otherwise, I will not ask you the question in public.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. And I did receive your email. We are looking up the information. But in terms of context, yes, we have deliberately, as an organization, as a city council, as staff, looked at our reserves and looked at our reserve policy and have accumulated it. And over the last several years, as the entire city council is well aware of it, we've looked at kind of 100% as kind of the level, and everything over and above that, we've utilized them to enhance other areas where we need to address, right? Whether it's establishing a facilities replacement fund, specifically thinking about such things as the recreation center, and also address our unfunded liability with CalPERS. Obviously, a very huge amount that we've looked at over time. And so we've utilized those surpluses, but I think the city council, what I'm hearing from, is really looking at, well, have we lost out on opportunity costs, right? Because we have infrastructure we need to build, and holding on to that money and earning money based on our investment policy, which is really limited by what the state allows us to do. We obviously cannot invest that money and have risks, right? Because the preservation of our monies is the most critical requirement under the state law and under our own investment policy. So true, absolutely. We can have those conversations. We'll be finishing up the information and have it to you by the end of the day, Councilmember Hindi, and certainly we can share that with the entire city council. But we're looking at, yes, the amount of money that we're building up on the capital asset acquisition and preservation fund. And a part of that is somewhat earmarked for workforce housing, as the city council is well aware of. That project is in its final stages. It will be completed, within the next month or two. And in fact, the city staff will be coming to the city council on direction on, confirmation of using, where we're using that, tapping that $7 million from. And based on preliminary indications and direction from city council, it's coming from that very same capital asset acquisition and preservation fund. So we'll have additional discussions, but thank you for bringing that up.
No, thank you for the response, and I really apologize. I mean it, that I didn't get a chance to send you the question earlier. Just for the record, I sent this late at night to Edmund, and I knew that it's probably going to take time to accumulate the answers. So I'm not going to ask a question, or I'm not expecting an answer, but I apologize, and I appreciate that you're looking into it. But I think for my colleagues, I think what I'm pondering, which Edmund will provide us at a later time, I'm pondering, for example, the capital asset acquisition fund. For example, if we, let's say 5 years ago, we started with $1 million in it, just for the sake of argument. And that $1 million, for example, 5 years ago could have bought us, again, it's just an example, 4-bedroom house. And due to the state limitations of where, as a city, as a public entity, we could invest that money, where really our rate of return is very minimal, always does not even keep with inflation. So my question, basically what I was pondering was, so if I have, say, for example, over the 5 years now, I have $1,100,000 from that original $1 million. And I want to go buy, what does it buy me today? If it bought me 5 years ago, bought me a 3-bedroom house, would it really buy me a 2-bedroom condo today, or not even? So that's kind of the point of, yes, we need to have reserve, but I think too much and not able to utilize it in a way to stimulate economic development, or to have the city invest in real estate, for example, buy land or buy a building that basically it's a tangible asset that you could eventually turn it and it will appreciate over time. Again, not to take away our reserve, you need to have the reserve, but I think that's where we need to have the discussion. Is it 100% is a magic number, or is it 80? Is it 70? Is it 60? Is it 40? That's, I think, what the point that I'm trying to make. And then another issue that I had, which really started last year, we had the ARPA money, and we are getting 2 tranches. We ended up having more than what we anticipated. I think we're having $8 million. The first tranche was $4 million. And the money was supposed to be a COVID relief from the federal government. And then the entire amount was put into the general fund to make up for the shortfall in the revenue coming in. Yet at the end of the year, and I think at that point last year, I made the comment, I made it in public, and I made it in private with the city manager, and I made it in private with the city manager and the finance director, that I don't think we should be putting all the money just to general fund, which ended up, by the way, having a surplus at the end of the year. Well, could we not have used that money? Because my point is let's use the money for some economic development. In any business, we all know that you need to spend money to make money. So if we do not utilize some of that money, I'm not saying the entire 4 million, but some of it has to be used in a way to stimulate our economy, to figure out, and this is not talking about giving grants to businesses. This is about talking about come up with initiative that will generate economic development, vitality, and vibrancy in our community. So the answer I received last year was, well, no, there will be money. There will be money left. And then after we're done, we could put that money into such an initiative, or we could bring something to council. So I think it is time because we're going to be getting another $4 million. And I really hate to see us putting all that money. And I'm looking at the neighboring cities and municipalities in a lot of places that they're using that money to fill needs in their communities. And if we don't have needs, fine, let's use them for economic development, some of it, but to simply put it into the general fund, and then we end up with a surplus at the end of the year, I think that is not the best choice of using that ARPA money. So those are my thoughts. on the reserve, I think we should talk about and discuss what is the right percentage, and ARPA money, what is it that we're gonna do with it? Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Vice Mayor Fruman, and then Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you. As just in a quick thought, as we respond to the mayor's comment about using tech to save money and resources, one of the things that immediately came to mind was in our property development. One of the positives maybe that came out of some of the new laws that have come out is we have to use objective design standards. Well, if we're using objective design standards, why couldn't a developer use an online platform to submit all their information, making sure it matches those requirements, as opposed to taking a lot of staff time to review some of those things? Kind of in line with when the mayor and I were working on the event fees, the idea to go on and build your event, and at the end, kind of a ballpark of what you're expected to pay. The reserve policy discussion, we have two, in my opinion. We have a stated reserve policy of 33 to 50%, and we have an actual of 100%. That's what we've been working on, which is what Edmund just mentioned. And I was originally going to comment on the mayor's discussion on investment. Are we properly investing our reserves? And I was thinking in the sense of what Edmund responded to, the legal limitations on what we can put our money into in the sense of traditional investments. And then Councilmember Hindi made a comment that made much more sense to me as to purchasing property as an investment. And I think we have the ability to do that. I don't know if it's, in years past, we've purchased residential properties to use for below market rate housing and things like that. I don't know if that it changed when redevelopment changed or whatever, but that I would tend to support the idea of looking at some of those opportunities. When it talks about revenue growth, a couple thoughts. Number one is maximizing our location on 92, along 92. I think that we've lost some opportunity in the long run. We have a hotel there that is, is it really going to generate pass-through traffic? That's where Bridgepoint benefits, is it's easy off and on to 92. And we've used that property for Visa, which is huge property taxes, but it's not any sales tax. So that's where maximizing Costco, I think, is important. And are there other opportunities, and I'll put it on the record now, is an electronic billboard at the site where Shimmick is now, near the park at the base of the bridge. How much traffic goes back and forth there? Would that make it a very coveted spot for companies to advertise their business on an electronic bulletin board or billboard that was owned somehow by the city? I get concerned. Councilmember Hindi mentioned about pioneering when it came to our levy, and I agree. We're ahead of everybody else. Everybody else is envious of where we are. I think everybody else is going to benefit from the work we did. My greatest concern is that by doing the right thing in the right timeline, that we'll lose money. And I think we really need to have on the top of our list of advocacy in the coming year or two is related to monies that come from the state or the federal government to address sea level rise and those types of things, or the Pedway biking system money that comes in. That we don't lose opportunities for those funds just because we did the right thing at the right time. We should benefit from that. And as it relates to the ARPA money, I think we need to look at the surplus part a little more, maybe differently. I won't say differently, in the sense that we have a surplus because we were conservative on how we budgeted based on our expectations of lost revenue because of the pandemic. If we had left our budgets as projected pre-pandemic, we wouldn't have had surpluses, we would have had deficits. And that's why the ARPA money went there, was to try to restore those areas of revenue that were were either flat and moving a certain, or increasing, expected to increase over the last few years, that didn't, or declined significantly because of the pandemic. So that's, I think, what the money was for. If we don't need it for that long-term in the future, I don't have any problem with doing, I mean, we're talking about our reserves as well. It's the same thing, investing in our community. I don't have a concern there. It's just how best to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So far, it sounds like we are all on the same page. Councilmember Sullivan.
And just to kind of some wrap-up comments. First of all, I thank Councilman Hindi for bringing up the awesome levy that we have and that we're building up. And also wanted to remind the public, the county and the consortium on the peninsula and the Bay Area are all looking at that same thing. I've been very vocal. I think it's, as Councilman Fruman said, that we need to look at resources from the federal, state, and county. And I encourage this council, and I know we are going to do that aggressively, go after any money that we can be reimbursed on the levy, because we did the right thing. We did the right thing. Obviously, we had a flood zone issue that we were all dealing with, and the homeowners would have had a $5,000 or $10,000 insurance tax on that too. I also want to compliment, for many years I've looked at the budget. Edmund has done an outstanding job. Whether we need to have 33% or 100% of our thing, we can always improve upon it. I look forward to doing that, and I look forward to that discussion. In regards to one of the biggest liabilities that we're all settling with in every city, and that's pension. Obviously, with the wisdom, and I worked on an ad hoc committee with Councilman Hindi on the pension, and we evaluated and got some information, brought it back to the council. And as you know, I don't want to be inaccurate. I think we paid down $4 million on our pension debt. So I think we're doing fiscally the right thing. We're looking at the right opportunities. I also brought into discussion on another avenue of generating revenue. Now, I was told that maybe we can't do this. Like you have AT&T Park is licensed, and they pay a substantial amount of money. I would like to see somehow eventually maybe we can have some dedication from the business community, and whether we sell a license to a park or we sell a license to some facility that we can generate revenue. If it's illegal, I will say we can't do it, but if it's something that we can have an opportunity sometime to call a building after give a right to a park for temporarily, maybe Gilead's will donate more money for a park if we call it Sea Cloud Park Gilead's for a year or two. So I think we have to start thinking outside of the box. The only two issues we really make money are property taxes, as you know, is about 60% of our budget. Sales tax is very important. Sales tax and occupancy tax are definitely important to the balancing of the budget, but they're not the end all. They're not the end all that generates revenue in this city. So we constantly have to look at other opportunities to generate revenue. And some of the ideas I look forward to in discussion with the council later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Councilmember Ghani.
I think, just to circle back on everything here, I mean, I'm definitely for revisiting the reserve policy and having a conversation about what we can do with the money. I think there's an opportunity for us to invest in our future, and that we're missing out on that opportunity. I think there's also an opportunity for economic development that we should consider while still protecting us from potential rainy days ahead. I mean, we've navigated through probably the rainiest of weather, and increased our reserves. There's an opportunity for us to look at what we can do for the future. I am very much interested, and I'll bring this up. I think it's possibly the next topic with regards, Yeah, one shoreline.
One shoreline, yeah.
Yeah. I'll limit my comments there because they do complement what council member or what Vice Mayor Fruman mentioned with regards to losing out on monies from the state. There's a counter argument, or not a counter argument. The counterpart to that is being taxed by your county, with regards to what we've already done. So I'll bring that up in the next section. But those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Any additional thoughts, comments from anyone at this time? So I think this was a great, very productive conversation on this topic, on all the topics, but very clear direction, consensus.
Yeah, and again, just as a reminder, and I'll give you a heads up of what's to come as you know, your first budget kickoff meeting will be February 28th. And we are gonna, we revisit these items, including the reserve policy, revenue sources. I do want to point out that, as Patrick, as Councilmember Sullivan pointed out, property taxes are bread and butter, but there's some things we're keeping an eye on and adjustments we need to make, and it includes our transit TOT tax. We're going to make some projections to lower that because of COVID and some impacts there. You saw the updates on VLF and the reserve policy, and I want you to know that you can anticipate a discussion that's going to, that would ask for the use of that in relationship to the personnel changes we've made, potential CIP enhancement, pension liability, and more importantly, also the rec center. Now, that's coming to you, and that's going to be an important policy item that you needed to consider. And I absolutely agree, thinking outside of the box, the electronic billboard concept, naming rights, et cetera, it's thinking outside of the box, but I do think we need to start looking at other revenue opportunities. Some of the things you talked about earlier today have the potential to create long-term revenue, and I think we're looking long-term. So as you look at a structural deficit, potentially a five-year structural deficit, but you're still able to maintain your reserve at 98%. You've got to demonstrate how you're going to fix it, but it really then will tie into where do you go? 33%, 50%, et cetera. So the policy direction in this discussion is clear, and I thank you. And from a process standpoint, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that we probably break for lunch. Half hour, are we comfortable with a half hour? The lunches are back in here. And then staff will also try to recap that same note, the note document. So if you want to give any changes to Jen, please do so. Maybe I'll say 30, maybe no more than 40 minutes if we have to recapture that, but I will turn it back to the mayor and again, take our break, and you can spread out for lunch if you want and take care of other business. So with that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I think it's time for us to break for lunch. I say we regroup at 12:35.
Okay.
If that works for everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Rob, I let you manage the Zoom at this time.
Okay, I'll put up a slide.
Thank you.
on the beaches, the winner.
The winner. So I'll see that today, actually. And for some reason I saw it on there, it went, I don't think it's 2 days. It actually didn't have dates, it had a month.
Park and Rec Advisory,
But not a month, it just had a month.
the advisory committee was pushing for it
Last week.
2 days, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have brought it up earlier. I know, I just should have brought it up. Yeah.
But I think it's good to have those, at least reference. But when you give us a couple more minutes, like that.
Mayor, we can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Priscilla. I think we are ready to get started. Welcome back, everyone. We are on agenda item number 5, and we will restart with sub-bullet 5 on that one. And this topic is engaging with Chamber of Commerce and business community, building relationships in 2022 and beyond. So there are 2 separate categories, if you will. Chamber of Commerce, definitely. So I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on and vision on how to engage with the chamber, how to move forward. And then there is an overlap, but there is a component of reestablishing the relationship with business community, or establishing in a lot of cases. And I've been talking a lot with Kevin about it. I mentioned that in my remarks at the reorganization meeting, this is extremely near and dear to my heart. One of the things that I really, really would love to move the needle on, to establish strategic alliances with our leading employers, starting with Gilead and Visa and Illumina. So there's that aspect, but then we really need to understand how each of us and staff needs to understand we feel about the relationship with Chamber of Commerce and how we move forward, right? Not just this year, but longer term. So I will open the floor for that conversation. But I just would quickly mention, you all have received the notes from prior conversations, and Kevin told me to let everyone know that these are kind of work in progress documents, and you're okay to make edits and give them back to staff, and staff will refine them and then will make available for the record. So these are not final, just as a heads up. So any changes or any edits to those can be shared with the staff.
And Madam Mayor, I also wanted to point out, as you begin your discussion on the chamber, I believe you all received the letter from the Chamber of Commerce in relationship to their outline and interest in on certain areas they want to connect and what they believe they brought to the community in regards to the past 2 years in pandemic relief, et cetera. There's no specific ask in that letter. I do believe they are, the tone and the content indicates that they are seeking some type of funding, I believe, via sponsorship, annual contributions, or contractual services. And again, I think there's a way to re-engage after your policy direction at the staff level and the council liaison level. And again, trying to tie it into economic sustainability, economic development, sustainability, et cetera. So with that said, you can reference the letter as appropriate, but that was sent to all the council members. The letter that came from chamber board members, Cliff Berry and Al DeGroot. So you can reference that as necessary.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah,
Sorry, Councilmember Hindi, we will be sending your notes electronically. We got that note. So you'll be getting the updated electronically. Jen will be sending that to you.
Perfect. So yeah, we all received the letter with regards to the chamber. So before we dive into this, as you mentioned, Kevin, as you confirmed, there is no formal ask at this time. This is an overarching conversation on the relationship with chamber. Because, if I were to answer this at a high level, yes, I definitely would love the partnership with chamber, and they have done great work and helped us, when we were doing the research and understanding of, when we were in the middle of COVID, reaching out to businesses, helping with the survey, and many other things. I'll not even begin to list them all. And that I appreciate, I value that partnership, but I also want to be clear on what is the ask here at this time. As you mentioned, there's no specific ask. We are talking high level still, or is there any additional clarity you can share with the council at this time?
Well, I'll give you an example that maybe can sort of frame the conversation when you talk about specific asks. I have information that's general that I believe, for example, one area they would be interested in seeing assistance is that they, for example, during the pandemic, they waived the membership fees, right, for members to assist them through this pandemic.
Okay.
I need to reconfirm, but it was somewhere around $160,000 that they lost in revenue. Without specifically putting in that letter, those are the type of starters or conversations we can have with the chamber. Is that what they're expecting, to see assistance there? Again, I do think it's a broader conversation, but that's the type of example where I say, is it a one-time contribution? Is it contractual services? I've heard different comments that if we use Good Cities to some extent. I can let the council know, and this plays into it, there was a recommendation, and you authorized it to fill an economic development manager position. I have not recommended that we fill that at this time. I think we're trying to handle it out of the city manager's office with our staff, which you've allowed me to fully staff now. We're focusing on seeing the sustainability in good cities. So before acting on that, I wanted to get a better handle. And at this point, I'm not recommending we fill that until I have a clear policy direction from the council in regards to the chamber relationship, the business community relationship, et cetera. So that's some insight I could provide.
Thank you, Kevin. So I open the floor now at this time to have conversation on this topic. I see Council Member Hindi and Council Member Sullivan. I'll go with Council Member Sullivan and then Council Member Hindi.
As a longtime chamber member, I greatly appreciate the Foster City Chamber of Commerce for what they've done during the COVID-19 and for going forward with them. I think my take on it, I appreciate Kevin, your discussion on this. I think at this time, for my purposes, so we have a better understanding, is that maybe we as a body or one of our committee members, or we either need to meet in person with the decision maker and ask what they're looking for in regards to that. Obviously, over the history with the Chamber of Commerce and different councils, and of course, different councils have misinterpretations or different interpretations. I don't want to say misinterpretations on certain funding that either happened or didn't happen in the prior. So moving the ball in a more forward position and working with the Chamber of Commerce, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm incorrect, I think Councilman Hindi, or you were the representative for the council on the chamber?
Yes, I am. So if I may, Councilmember Sullivan, I would, permission from the mayor, I think with all due respect, the topic before us is not about the letter from the chamber. It's about the relationship and communication with the chamber. I would like us, I think, to focus on that. That letter, I think, is something different that will be handled at a different time. But I think I'm looking at the agenda and I see the item being engaging with the Chamber of Commerce and Business Community. I don't see anything about funding. I don't see anything about letter. So again, we would say earlier on, we want to avoid diving into details. We want to stay at high level. And I think high level would be really focusing on talking about engaging with the Chamber of Commerce rather than the letter that came from the chamber at this point. Those are my thoughts on it. I think not that we're trying to avoid the discussion, Councilmember Sullivan, but I think it is not, I think it will be counterproductive, or it's not beneficial to what we have before us on the agenda to talk about the letter at this point. That's my view.
Oh, okay. No, I appreciate that comment. So you're, from your perspective, it's just engaging that we should look forward to working with the chamber in the future, and whatever develops at a later time. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, yeah, the discussion should be about what kind of relationship do we want to have with the chamber? What do we see the role of the chamber working with the city? What do we see the city working with the chamber? Where do we see this relationship moving? As a partnership? Is it what is it we thinking about? That's I think would be more an appropriate discussion at this time.
Okay, that would be I would strongly support any way to work with the Chamber of Commerce. So with that said, I don't think I have any other comments at this point.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Any other comments from anyone? Councilmember Kahani.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if the question is there a benefit to us pursuing a relationship with the chamber to engage deeper with our business community? From my perspective, the answer is a resounding yes. If the question also is what has been the challenges in the past, I'm willing to give you my perspective on that too. It really comes down, I think, to two things in the past. And I haven't been as close as Councilmember Hindi's been over the last year. I was the liaison in the first year and witnessed a lot of things firsthand in that first year. I think the two things are, one, I think there was a personality conflict with regards to how the chamber engaged, or members of the chamber were engaging with members of our staff. I think that was a challenge. I don't know if it's still a challenge, but I would like to validate going forward, that's no longer a challenge. I don't think that was helpful at all. That's one. And the other one was, I think, the sharing of information. And I'm not, again, both those, I don't know if there's still issues or not. But when that was the tough part. It was like the chamber wanted information from the city, and then when the city wanted information from the chamber, it was like, oh, well, this is private, we can't share it. So the collaboration, it was very difficult to collaborate. It wasn't like anyone was doing anything wrong, but I would like, if we're gonna talk about any potential partnership, transfer of money, things like that, I would like to see at least a year, if not more, of collaboration occurring where we're building up to that. That's what would be my recommendation, where we're kind of working our way to it and we're seeing those things happen prior to any, investment and, or not investment, but any outsourcing or contracting or anything like that. And I would like to hear that proposal come from my city manager saying, hey, you know what, we need this done. We can go out for an RFP, but I think the chamber's really, really good fit for this. We think this is the right way to spend, taxpayer dollars. It's going to be really in line with what we're trying to do as a city. I'd like to see it come from there. So those are my comments for now.
And just a general framework, I can tell you now, as your interim city manager, I am comfortable and confident that I can work from a relationship standpoint and re-engaging based on your direction. I'm comfortable and confident, along with our liaison, that I can engage with the chamber and the appropriate board members on a very positive basis. That's my sense of what's going on right now.
Thank you, Kevin. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I agree in large part to what Councilmember Ghani has mentioned. There has been some type of relationship between the city and the Chamber of Commerce for decades. And the way that relationship has worked has changed over time. Originally, the funding came from the nonprofit side, and it fit well there because it was, in my opinion, at the time, it was, we're funding groups, nonprofit groups that are providing services that the city otherwise couldn't provide. And at that time, we didn't have an economic development manager, an economic development department, really. And so the chamber filled that role for us to a large extent, and we used the nonprofit funding. At some point, that changed to a contract sort of relationship because I guess it was felt that it was a bigger relationship than just as a nonprofit, which I don't disagree with. The reason it worked so well for years is the values and the goals of the city and the chamber were in alignment. And from an outsider's perspective, when this started, the relationship started coming apart a little bit, it seemed as though it was because those goals and those values were not totally in alignment between the city and the chamber. You cannot forget that though there are things that the chamber does that benefit the city in trying to work with our business community, encouraging businesses to come to town, they also are an advocacy organization for businesses. I don't want to make a direct correlation between the chamber and unions, but to an extent, that's one of their roles is to advocate for the business community. And it may not necessarily at all the time be congruent with what we're looking at as a city. That doesn't mean we can't overcome those things. I believe the chamber is an important part of our community, important part of most communities in the work that they do to encourage business. These last 2 years, they were leaders in our community when it came to COVID, in our business community, getting information quickly to our businesses that we weren't able to do necessarily, and they were able to do very successfully. I believe that we need to reestablish a positive, cooperative relationship for a period of time before we engage to any significant degree as Councilmember Gahani has mentioned about whether it's a contract for services or other types of relationships in that way, more formal relationships. I'd like to see more assurance that we are all on the same page. Because when we were, it worked very, very well, but it hasn't worked so great over the last few years. And I would agree that if we have an economic development manager in our employment here in the city, we need to know what that employee is going to do and what are the gaps in service that maybe if we wanted to or needed to find outside sources for, maybe the chamber fills that role. But paying for the same services twice is not an efficient use of funds. Thank you.
Councilman Sullivan?
Yeah, I just want to make one distinction. Clarification for, it's my understanding that the Chamber of Commerce is not a nonprofit. So that puts them in a little bit more awkward position. As you know, John, we've worked with the chamber before. They needed our nonprofit status to handle the parking lot situation. So I think there is a distinction here only from the entity itself. The entity itself is not a nonprofit. Am I correct on that?
As a point of clarification, they are a nonprofit. They are not a 501c3.
Okay, they're not a
but
501.
A 501c6.
Can you
but
make
still a nonprofit designation.
What is the distinction? Because I know the distinction that when we did a benefit with them with the parking lot, it was required that we run the funding through the Lions organization because we are 501(c)(3). And that's the way we had to do it in order to give it to the chamber, Chamber of Commerce.
We can provide you as a separate piece of information, the classifications.
Okay, because there is a distinction there, and I just want to make sure.
There is a distinction between the two, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hindi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Chamber of Commerce is quite unique. And I say that in a positive term. Quite unique because it's not your traditional Chamber of Commerce that have their monthly mixers and they send their directory and they collect membership fees. That's your traditional Chamber of Commerce, more or less. We are really fortunate to have a Chamber of Commerce that is forward-thinking and come up with ideas on how to stimulate our economic development, how to attract businesses. I recall one that I know when I first got on the council, that the Chamber of Commerce was instrumental in bringing Biomed and Illumina, introducing them to the city of Foster City. And I think if I'm not mistaken, that happened due in part to their Living Local magazine that they had, the first one that they had published. And it was, so a company like Illumina and Biomed Realty came to Foster City, I think in large part, Kevin was involved in that. Kevin was in the city at that time, in large part, I think, due to the Chamber of Commerce. So there's tons of value. The Chamber of Commerce has a relationship with our business community, large and small, that brings tons of value for the city. The Chamber of Commerce is holding the Business Leadership Council, the BLC, which tackles a lot of issues that are important to our community, from transportation to economic development to environmental and all these things. And the chamber is key in those bodies and key on those committees and councils. To the extent where our values with the chambers and the city values and goals are different, I beg to differ, because I used to be on the board of the chamber, and I still kind of in my head, I'm not reading from my right. I might have missed a few words or a few things, but I think they are in really complete alignment with what the city. I think in their charter if I'm not mistaken, it says something along the line to protect, maintain, and enhance the quality of life in Foster City. That is a complete, in my view, that's complete alignment on what the city would like to accomplish. I think in their charter also, if I'm not mistaken, it says about protecting and creating and enhancing the economic and business opportunity in the community. This is what we were talking about a few minutes ago. I think that's a complete alignment. Do we differ sometimes? Of course we do. We are two different organizations. We have two different roles, but I think there's so much that we could work on together for the betterment of our community. I think the chamber would love nothing more, and I know they work actively day in and day out to have a thriving business community. And I think the city would love nothing better than a thriving business community. We were just discussing this a while ago before the break. So there's a lot of alignment in there that will give us enough. I'm sure there are differences, but enough alignment in major, important strategic outlook to the city and the community that we could definitely have a partnership. As others have mentioned, there were a partnership before that had worked, things happened, they paused, and so forth. But I take a look at what kind of chamber we have. I said it is unique, but also more importantly, I see how the chamber is think out of the box. I'll put in the example, John, I think, touched on it a little bit over the past 2 years, how they handled the COVID pandemic, how they were able to pivot and end up bringing the stakeholders in our community, nonprofits, profits, service clubs, and me, myself as well. And I believe Sanjay also attended a couple of meetings to where we kind of learned from each other. They were the conduit that brought the service clubs, the nonprofits, not just in the city, in the region, in the county, and found out from everybody through their Chamber Cares initiative, which was holding meeting weekly, find out what the needs from each and different organization, segment of our community, and who is best to fill those needs, whether has it been the city, the Samaritan House, the Service Club, the Lions, the Rotary, the school district, the Ed Foundation, and the list goes on and on and on and on. That was a role that is really, again, when I said your non-traditional Chamber of Commerce, that's your Foster City Chamber of Commerce. And that is not just my biased view because I'm the liaison or I used to serve on the board of the chamber. That is something that really was recognized by their peers and their colleagues in the county. Sam Cida sent us all a letter commending the Chamber of Commerce for the role that they have taken through the pandemic. The San Mateo Area Chamber also sent us a letter, not only sent us a letter recommending that, commending the chamber, Foster City Chamber, but also urging us to recognize the value of our chamber and how we could assist them. So those are really important things to understand and all important things to know, because if we are able to build a relationship, a partnership, or whatever we want to call the relationship with the chamber, working together for the betterment of our community, I think there is no better partner in the community, or let's put it this way, there is no better organization that understands and has a relationship with the business community in Foster City than the chamber. So let's say, for example, down the line, we need to get an initiative going that involves the business community, and we go for a consultant. I could assure you and guarantee you, from what I have seen and witnessed since my time on this council, that no consultant you could bring from the outside will have a better understanding of the local business community like our Chamber of Commerce. That's not to say that not to put things for RFP or not, dismiss any other potential consultant or candidate. But I tell you, we have seen so many times consultant comes in and they might know what they're doing as far as the line of work they are in, but they were clueless when it comes to the particular of Foster City. So there's a lot to build on, but it's really more than just, I think we're talking about the Chamber of Commerce relationship, but for me, it's also more than just the Chamber of Commerce. It's really the relationship with all our partners in the community, and partners meaning partners and stakeholders, really. Relationship with the businesses, our relationship with our nonprofit, our relationship with our service club. What I have seen and what I have learned through the COVID pandemic, that the city of Foster City, unlike any other city, which is similar to all cities actually, we do not have the time nor the resources to do a lot of the work that these nonprofits do. And yes, the chamber is a nonprofit. Yes, it is in a sense advocating for the business community. Yes, they are an advocacy group in that sense. But what we have learned is there are so many organizations that I would call our partners, local and regional, that provide services and provide value to the city of Foster City by what they do day in and day out. And it would be a whole lot more costly for the city of Foster City to try, and I don't know even if we are capable of doing the work that they do. With that being said, that means it's only natural that we are supportive, that we build relationship based on mutual respect, relationship that we recognize their value, and we acknowledge that value by recognition. So let me just go a little tiny bit here on my notes, see if I missed anything. I think really moving forward, yes, the past is always important, and we have to refer to the past to learn from it. As the mayor has said earlier in her statement, it's important not to ignore the past, but the past does not, dwelling on the past is really not going to do us to that much. However, we have to learn from the past, and especially from past mistakes. If we don't, then we are doomed to failure. So given what the relationship has been through, understanding the value of what the chamber has to offer, I think we could move forward in a very positive way. And I echo what Kevin has said, that my assessment is the relationship current and future would probably be in a very, not probably, for sure, will be in a very good shape. And I think staff will be able to work constructively with the chamber. Chamber will be able to work constructively with staff, because at the end of the day, we have a common goal of making sure that this community continue to thrive and prosper. Those are my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Any additional comments from anyone at this time? Okay. So I really appreciate everyone's thoughts and also concerns on this topic. One of the things I first wanted to clarify when I asked the question, is there a specific ask? I was not, is there a specific ask from the chamber? I was not only focused on the financials, but I was also trying to get an understanding of, if we were to talk about a partnership, or what are some of the other ways, if there is any input on that. But we can wait for that. So a couple of thoughts. Actually, I have 3 specific thoughts on this. So there is no denying the role and the value of chamber. I heard everyone say that. Everyone appreciated and considered their contributions, especially during the COVID. I also, I worked very closely, I would not say worked, but I had conversations with Chamber, and I attempted to get an insight, into, the workings without relying on what has happened in the past, with a very open mind. And I see the points that Councilmember Hindi has made in terms of the uniqueness of it, in terms of being forward-looking. So there's no denying to that. The contributions, the value that they have added, especially during the difficult times. And I will say that I do not have full visibility into the work that they did during the pandemic. I was not able to attend some of the meetings, some of the sessions that they scheduled, but I have an overall understanding and I have an appreciation of the magnitude and the amount of work. So I stand behind that. And I also heard concerns on personalities and the past, and I am willing to put that aside for a second, and think about moving forward, moving on. What Sam has shared his experience, what Kevin has shared his experience, and my experience. So I can put that concern aside for discussion purposes. What is more important for me is we had some really good conversations and discussions on economic development and revitalizing our businesses. And we are awaiting staff to put all that together. And I would like to see what the plan is. And based on that, I want to be able to see where Chamber fits. I want to be able to see, and I've shared this with Kevin, I want to be able to see more tangible if we were to go in the partnership direction, more tangible value add, if you will, and I'm not there yet. I have a very open mind, as I've always said. I'm willing to look at it, but I want to be able to understand, one, what are our goals on that front, economic development, relationship with businesses, and then where does Chamber fit in and where they can add tangible value before we consider partnerships or anything else. And that said, I also want to get an understanding of what type of partnerships are we talking about. And based on that, I would have a better, more defined position. On that aspect too, I also would like to understand what types of partnerships other cities have in place. And fully acknowledging our chamber is unique, is probably different than other cities, but to get a frame of reference, I would like to see what other types of partnerships other cities have. Where does Chamber fit in a very tangible manner in helping us meet our goals and objectives? And fully acknowledge, city cannot do everything. We would need to have relationships and partnerships with nonprofits to accomplish all our goals. I'm very open to all that, but I need to be able to see those things in a more tangible way. So those are my thoughts on that. And just one last piece I would mention that, and I talked a lot about it during my remarks in the reorg, and I talk with Kevin on this almost on a daily basis. I am extremely interested in building strategic partnerships with our employers. I'm very much driven to have public-private partnerships, and I'm very open to understanding how South San Francisco has done that with Genentech, how some of the other cities have done with business leaders like Facebook and Apples of the world. But I want city to take that leadership role. I'm willing to work with anyone and partner with Chamber, but I would like city to have that ownership and that leadership. I want to demonstrate that. So those are my thoughts on this topic, and I hope that provides clarity, but I'm open to hearing more. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we talk about the engagement with our business community, earlier we were talking about revitalizing some of the existing commercial and retail areas. And Councilmember Hindi had mentioned, sometimes there needs to be a give to get something on some of these cases. And that's an area where the city has to be at the table. The city has to have someone, whether it's an economic development manager, if it's that regular of a situation, we have to be at the table. We cannot contract out that type of service. Not to say there aren't other ways or other reasons we could contract with the chamber or someone else for economic development opportunities, but nobody ought to be speaking on our behalf other than our staff. I am interested in hearing more. I don't know if it's appropriate today or later on the strategic opportunities that the mayor is talking about with these businesses. What can be done other than just giving us money? There's got to be other things. I'm not a huge fan of the naming rights, because those things, we've got an ordinance against it, but we couldn't change that ordinance, obviously.
You do
But-
have a naming ordinance, which now does not allow for that.
Right, but are there other ways, this, in the same way that we could engage with some of these businesses, whether it's recreation opportunities or typical recreation considered opportunities in our courses that we offer? Can we partner with these businesses for that? And obviously the mayor has some ideas that are probably bigger than that I think would be worth listening to and hearing and understanding that I may not be considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Any other comments from anyone at this time?
I think at this point, from a staff standpoint, I believe I understand the general policy direction in regards to the interest of re-engaging, rebuilding. As you know, Jennifer Fan, our deputy city manager, has taken the lead on what I call economic development sustainability. She is working internally with our staff on that. We've been in contact with the chamber on general discussions, working very closely with Councilmember Hindi as a liaison. I think I have clear enough direction that at least we can start that moving forward again to come back to council with some concepts that if we need further policy direction. But I believe I have enough information to allow us to get that ball rolling again in the right direction.
Thank you, Kevin. All right. We're ready to move to the next item, which is regional influence. So expanding regional influence in important areas such as transportation, education, water, legislative advocacy, other.
And just a clarification on the education piece, because we had some comments about that. That specifically is building relationships with our school districts and even the community college district. So as you think through that, how do we continue to influence that, be at the table on discussions with those groups?
Yes, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, so those are really the broad categories. I see potential collaboration as we get our more detailed information from our staff on our housing element. So there's that one area. And then the sea level rise, one shoreline is a very important, critical one that could be very, very important for our community. So we need to prioritize that and figure out ways how we can tackle that. So we'll need input from staff, and we've already shared in prior council meetings, how can we best approach that? And we can talk more about what the goals are, but essentially we don't want to lose money, as Vice Mayor Fruman had said, just because we have been pioneers. One aspect related to overall regional advocacy is, the RPPG group, right? Our engagement with them, and I have to admit, I initially had concerns, but in talking with Marlene and understanding and looking more at their work, I'm no longer concerned. So I will be fully supportive with their engagement going forward, given the situation we are in with the staff and the resources, et cetera. And, I admit I had concerns initially, but those have been addressed. So with that, I think those really are the broad categories, but I'm open to other ideas on how we as a city try to expand our regional influence. Two of the council members are part of ABAG. We are all alternates in ABAG. I think one of the very easy way to increase the regional influence, as I have experienced, is being very engaged. It's very easy, being very engaged in these meetings, be very vocal. Like Council Member Gahani raised his hand and tried to run for the sea level rise because that issue was very important for our community. I mean, that's great. Those are some of the easier ways. Council of Cities dinner, all of us are very, very engaged and going and engaging with the regions, but I'm open to other thoughts and ideas, and Councilman Sullivan had raised his hand.
Yeah, I know we have a committee for clean energy. What is in the forefront of most of the cities and new development is going from gas to electricity. And the picture is a lot bigger of a problem than most of us realize. Your average home in Foster City, approximate estimate, don't hold me to it, it's going to cost you to upgrade your electrical, which was built in 1960, from about $30,000 to $40,000. So with the advent of electricity and the push for electricity and not natural gas, and I'm not taking a position on whether I agree with it or disagree with it, but the thing is electricity. So I think it's real pivotal that we sit on any regional board or anything that has to do with electricity and make sure that we keep our constituents or our city people informed in regards to that, because like I said, with the advent of electric vehicles, and when we do remodels, some of the cities have already passed ordinances that everything's got to be electric. It's not gas anymore. So you do also have a population of people that are senior citizens that really couldn't sustain that cost if that all of a sudden become legislation when you remodel a home and you're going to upgrade your electrical, that you're going to have to spend $30,000 or $40,000 in order to do that. That might make the difference of a senior citizen not able to remodel their home. So I don't know whether that fits into the clean energy one, or is there a separate group, or do we have somebody that is working specifically with either PG&E or current legislation in regards to that?
Councilmember Hindi.
I'm just gonna jump in if I may, just gonna respond to Councilmember Sullivan's question. So what you're referring to is a REACH code, which is basically the idea of converting construction, most of it new construction, actually, not remodeling, from gas and electric to all electric appliances. But the decision is really up to the city council. It's not up to the PCE board or anybody else. So this will have to come to council, and the council is the body that decides whether we want to go a REACH code or not. Not only that, when and if we have that discussion, we have the flexibility of drafting what are the rules are. So for example, you could say new remodel could be exempted. You don't have to upgrade to all electric. You could only make it for new construction. Or you could make it if you want to, if you remodel 80% of your house or 90% of your house, then it will be required. So those are up to the city council. They're not up to the PCE board or up to the state at this point. I hope that helps.
Councilman Sullivan, does that?
No, that's satisfactory. My point was really to bring it to the forefront that we're going to have that discussion eventually. Yeah. Sometimes in housing, it depends on what percentage of the house that you are going to remodel considers it that it's new or old. And insurance companies are going to be looking at this too closely. So it's probably going to be more than what we think as a council on a remodeling, but it's a good start.
Right.
It's a great start.
Yeah, so while remain focused on the specific topic that we're talking about, regional influence on that particular area is important, and we are part of the board,
sure,
et cetera. However, council has the say, like as Councilmember Hindi explained, right? So from that standpoint, we're not clear at this time, like what are we talking about in terms of like advocacy or regional influence. So something to think about on that area. Like it's very clear, not specific steps are clear with regards to one shoreline or flood resiliency agency, but it's at least clear that the need for advocacy, all the topics are important, but we have to kind of prioritize. I hope that makes sense. Any additional thoughts from anyone? Or any? Yep.
Yes,
Vice Mayor Fruman.
thank you. Just a couple. One of them in the area of education, it kind of goes into two areas, education as well as the business, strategic relationships with businesses as well. One of the thoughts on that is, as we're looking at our recreation center, just in my view, we have two different areas within the recreation center that have pretty large footprints that are single-use areas, and that's the preschool and the ceramics area. And I think those two areas are ripe for relationships with either a school district, whether it's our local elementary, middle school, or the high school or community college district. Could we partner with them to do ceramics elsewhere, as opposed to in the recreation center, and still offer that service to our residents? That would considerably downsize the footprint that we need in the recreation center, or if we wanted the space, we could use it for multi-use space. So that's a partnership. And also the preschool, we have, I don't know where all the kids come from. I know that it's a fairly popular program that we have. We have some big businesses in town that have their own childcare areas. And is there opportunity to partner with one of them to do our preschool program as a cooperative effort with them, where again, it's in a facility that is already built for that purpose. It would expand kind of the use that they would have, but it would eliminate the need to build a dedicated space within our recreation center for that purpose. That again is, as far as I've seen, it's the space for the preschool is very limited use for other things other than the preschool. So that's areas when it comes to education. Transportation, I think it's important that we stay engaged on our state highway system and the condition it's in. Though it's not in our community, though it's not something that we control, it is something that impacts our residents. And sometimes it's as simple as a phone call. The mayor several months ago gave me a point of contact for the project going on 101 based on a resident's comment about potholes due to the construction. And there was a significant dip in 101 North, just as you were hitting the sound wall on 101. And within weeks, that dip was fixed and some of the potholing was repaired. But it's really difficult to go from San Carlos through Foster City into San Mateo on 101 northbound without hitting potholes, to the point where the vehicle is, I've seen vehicles in front of me, and it's happened to me as well, will actually move to the right or to the left as they hit the depth of those potholes that are, it appears as though an entire overlay is missing in certain spots. Those are things where we need to have some advocacy and ability to influence those things on behalf of our residents. The other area where I think we do a good job is related to water. I think Councilmember Hindi has been our representative related to this topic for a while, as far as I know, and he's come back with a lot of reports on what's going on there. So I know that we're being represented as it relates to water, water sufficiency, backup water supplies, and things like that. I agree that RPPG, I was convinced earlier on, but I think that having an advocacy arm in Sacramento has been a benefit. And the one other area would be, as not lately, but before, and it will be again, a bicyclist in town. There is a significant difference. When you leave, you can almost tell, you can tell on the roadways, you can tell on the bikeways. When you leave Foster City, you know it, okay? It's no longer a smooth ride, and it's no longer a consistent surface. And though it's in another community, it's part of a bikeway system, and it affects our residents. And it would be nice, a couple areas specifically that I know of is behind the Hotel Row in Burlingame. It's a pretty narrow walkway there. It's difficult, it's a challenge to ride there though it's a bikeway, because of pedestrians and the condition of the pavement. And then going through Redwood Shores, it changes from pavement, poor condition pavement, to gravel and loose gravel, which is not the easiest thing to bicycle on. I think we really need to advocate for some level of consistency as it relates to and I don't have the name right, it's the Bay Area Bayshore Bikeway? Whatever. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to advocate more for some consistency and maintenance. And again, because we're so good, we lose funds, we lose opportunity. So what really needs to happen is funding that goes through that organization needs to go to, like I just said, cities like Burlingame and Redwood City to deal with Redwood Shores. And unfortunately, we won't likely get any of that money because our conditions are superior, far superior. With that said, it would be nice if there were some way to defray some of the costs of the things that we've done on our own. Although I understand that when we're talking about equity, we talk about opportunity and the ability to do things. And we do have the ability, the financial ability that other cities may not have the same ability. So I recognize that as well, but those are my comments on regional influence.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Ghahani.
Thank you, Richa. I guess what you're referencing, John, is the squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? And because we kind of take care of our things ahead of time, or we do a good job of it, sometimes we're not in that consideration for a reimbursement of the funds that our residents have paid for, that our communities paid for. One of those issues of concern for me is One Shoreline, and the mayor and I, if I'm not mistaken, I recall the mayor and I think we were with Dave Pine back in 2019. I think you and I were both on that committee, and I remember us talking to him and saying, hey, you know, this is a great idea of bringing the county together to really address, you know, sea level rise amongst other things. You know, and is Foster City going to get its credit for the 90 mil plus interest? And he couldn't commit to it at that time. I still haven't received a commitment on that. You know, I brought it up to Diane Pappen, who's our current representative, and she's looking into it. That was part of the reason I wanted us to have a seat and a voice, was so that we could take our expertise and the skills that we've developed here with our current levy and apply that region-wide, as well as you know, advocate for the 90 million plus interest that we've put out when this is being set up. So I think it's important for the community to know, and for us to keep an eye on this, you know, at staff level and council level as things progress here, that we don't lose it, you know, over time. That based on the information I have right now, it's thank you so much for your contribution, but the way we're going to fund this countywide, if it all goes through according to plan, is an additional tax on us. And if that's, I don't support that for us. I think we've put forth a significant amount of money. I think we should receive some credit for that. So I'd like to we're talking about regional influence and bodies. I want to just put that on the record for us, and understand that other council members may have a different opinion on it, but that's just mine. But I want that on the record. And I also want to bring that up under other for One Shoreline to start my comments. I guess working my way backwards here when it comes to legislative advocacy, I think I agree with what I've heard from Interim City Manager Miller, what I've heard from other council members with regards to not only today, but in the past. These aren't, you know, this is important for the community to know. Our PPG isn't a lobbyist for us. We don't give them any money to go make changes in Sacramento and represent us that way. What they're doing is informing us of bills that are coming forward and things that we should be engaged in. And I think they were absolutely instrumental in AB 1029, enabling the preservation of affordable units, not only in this city, but across the state, and which was a first for Foster City to be on with the support of Speaker Pro Tem Mullen in the Assembly last year. But in addition to that, they did share with us quite a bit of good information. Now, I think what we can do is be a little bit more prescriptive with them now about the issues of importance to us, including public transportation, not just transportation. And I want to thank council for, supporting the liaison list that we approved this morning. And thank the mayor for giving me the opportunity to not only represent us on transportation here locally, but also at commute.org, which makes a lot of sense to me strategically, to have the regional representation and the local representation be the same council member. So I appreciated her support there. But in addition to the things that Council Member Fruman brought up, that, hey, you got issues with just infrastructure outside of our city that we need to have that type of regional connection to have that conversation with. One of the things that I think is severely lacking in this economic epicenter, and to me, the Bay Area is the economic epicenter of California. California is the economic epicenter of the US. The US to date is still the economic epicenter of the world, but our public transportation system is messed up. It's not, I mean, we might have pieces that work well together, but we don't have a piece that really allows us to get around this area quickly and efficiently in a minimized cost, from a cost perspective, in a minimized way. And I think that's something we need to talk about regionally, and we deserve better. We need to do better. And if we're going to build all this housing that's coming down and we don't have a good public transportation option, well, shoot, they're all coming on 101. Everyone's going to be on their cars again. And this problem that we had pre-pandemic is just going to get worse, especially if you look at Planned Bay Area and they bring 1 million more people into the Bay Area by 2050. I mean, we really have to dive into that public transportation piece and make sure that that's synergistic with the growth. That pulls me into, so I think that's an important one that we need to look at. And that pulls me into, I think when it comes to water, and I totally agree that, Councilmember Hindi, that Sam's done a great job of representing us on, with regards regionally on water. I think I'd like to just understand and continue to get that timely input from him, which I have been receiving. How does water relate to development? Do we have enough? Last year we heard that we have a problem. Where are we, right, with that? And I think, having that conversation regionally is important. And then with regards to education, again, with development, more children coming in, it's going to be a piece of quality of life or quality of place. You can't have quality of place if our school systems are overrun with too many children, not enough teachers, not enough space, quality of education drops, it causes other problems. But before I provide any feedback on what we could do there, I'd like to hear from our Councilmember Sullivan, who's been the liaison, for the elementary school district, as well as I think was it the high school district as well? And then did you work with the middle school as well, or just high school and elementary? Yeah, so maybe you could I'd like to hear before I give any, recommendations on what we could do there. What are some of your thoughts on where we are with that relationship and what we could do?
Well, first of all, I think we're in a really, really great position. I'm honored to be serving on both of those committees again. As you know, I have a passion for education too, because I also teach in the Sequoia High School District since 2008 on a substitute basis. So the relationship's there. And I worked with Allison Proctor recently. I had somebody move into the city of Foster City, and I was not sure what school district and they had a child of special needs. So I reached out to Allison and she was right there. As you know, we're having a challenge right now with the COVID situation with you think our council meetings go long? Their council meetings sometimes, or board meetings, can go to even longer than our council meetings. So they're enduring a lot right now, especially with the math situation in the elementary school district. and some kids being left behind. So I think it's a real good PR situation, and I'm glad that I'm on both of the committees.
Okay, any comments on Beach Park Elementary?
Beach Park Elementary, the only comment that I've been hearing in the community, I guess, is making sure we get that kind of a crosswalk out there. That is really, really crucial. As you know, it's a real busy area. I've heard nothing but positive things about the school. And as you know, we all were out there for the grand opening. I think only one council person was unable to make it because they were out of town. But that was great. I know that the school looks fantastic. And, you know, that's a classic example of a shopping center that was kind of dying on the vine, and the owner needed something, and the school district stepped up and they worked it and they bought it. I thought as a real estate broker, they paid way too much money for it as a school district, but I think it's a dire need in Foster City, great location, and I look forward to seeing it prosper.
And I think we've given updates to council in regards to progress and
right.
things to come still, traffic signals, et cetera. So
right.
it's not only a council influence, the staff is very aware that this city council wants staff to stay engaged at all levels as well. So we'll continue to do that.
Right. And thank you, Councilmember Sullivan, for that. If I may just wrap up my comments, Mayor. So I think, you know, the relationship with the elementary school district, the high school district is very important for us for a multitude of reasons. You know, obviously operationally, staff's done a great job of working with the school district. We do have great representatives on the board of trustees there that are responsive to us. The relationship, I've reached out with issues with regard or concerns regarding signage at Beach Park Elementary. I've worked with City Manager Miller. I'm sure other staff as well, just with regards to the traffic signal and none of that, and just signage saying that you're by a school, like slow down, things like that. And now we've got a lot of those, you know, minor things resolved, or in a plan to get that resolved. And I think that there's a great working relationship there. I think it's going to be critical to understand that if we do bring in more housing, what's the impact, what's with regards to our schools, and understanding what the experience is going to be for our children there. And then obviously, I think all of us have had a chance to speak with Fred Bear, you know, from our community, you know, and he's a very big advocate for us really understanding what monies are, what are we being taxed on, and what's coming back to Foster City. And I think we need to have, we need that type of advocacy and that type of conversation with the school district when it comes to planning for our rec center. You know, and getting some of the amenities that some other cities have received, or from San Mateo's received, in parts of San Mateo, that things that we don't have, like a performing arts center, or a public gym, things like that. So I do think, you know, you're spot on with regards to including education there as an important area. Those are my comments on the areas that you've identified. I think the only one I'd add there is one shoreline. You know, to make sure we keep an eye on that, because that's going to be one that's going to be big for us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Expanding regional influence. There's a lot of ways that we could expand our regional influence. Obviously, one of them is the way we serve on boards and how active are we. And that kind of goes almost mandatory, if you will, because, you know, we serve on those boards and so forth. But there's another aspect to it, which is a very time consuming and takes a lot of energy, which I think just as important as serving on the board, and even perhaps in some cases more important, which is building relationships with our colleagues up and down the peninsula and the region, building our relationships with our representative, because you can't just go to someone and ask them when you need something. Yes, you can, I guess, if they are your representative, but it kind of goes longer way. It goes much farther if you're able to build relationships throughout, not just get in contact when you need something. That's one way of doing things. And I have done my best to build those relationships, whether with my colleagues who are equal and other cities, council members, mayors, and so forth, or with our representative. And it really pays off. So I urge each and every single one of us to do that, because at the end of the day, the city will benefit. That's a good way of doing those relationships. When it comes, I kind of gotta put a few notes on what I've heard from my colleagues earlier. I think that Councilmember Fruin was referring to road condition in neighboring cities. John, were you referring to bike lanes on the main roads, or are you talking about the levee system?
When it comes to the bike, the comment on bikes, it's really the Bayshore Bikeway system. I know when I'm riding by them, they have the signs that it's part of the bikeway system that's regional. That's my greatest
And
concern.
I think it's signed now like the Bay Area Bay Trail.
Right.
Got
So
it.
that's,
And there is some issue on 101 was the other comment.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that, and perhaps Louis could help us, Mr. Sun could help us on this. I know for a fact for the roads, we not just who needs the money gets it. We all get the money. We get our Measure A money. We get Measure M money. We get the gas tax money. All that goes into maintenance of our roads, and so does Burlingame. So does every city. I'm not sure about the bike trail. I don't know if Louis has any information. Is that also come from Measure A and the tax, fuel tax money and so forth, or that's different?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Hendy. I believe there are other grants for bikes, and those are grants that we also actively pursuing. I don't believe some of those money are coming from the measure that you're mentioning, but I do know that there are grants out there are specifically for bikes, and those are something that we're also looking to pursue as well.
Thank you. And just for the
think-
record, we were successful on getting those funds when we did our bike lanes. We were successful on getting that.
As a clarification, Sam, I want to make sure that's clear, because that is correct. The Measure A and Measure M, we didn't apply any of that money to our trail. We used grants, et cetera. So we didn't use any Measure M money, or we had directed the streets. I think the regional influence is that we would encourage the Burlingames, the Redwood cities to do the same thing we've done with our our pedway system, is to seek out those grants to improve those sections of Burlingame, et cetera. But I'm fairly confident we didn't use any Measure M monies to do any improvements to our bike pedway system up on the levee.
If I could I sat on the CTAG bicycle committee and for the last year, and the CTAG committee basically just recommends the budget for the funding for certain areas. That doesn't necessarily mean we get the final approval. We're just a recommending board for certain areas, whether it's in Redwood City or whether it's in Redwood Shores. Yes, Foster City's name hasn't come up, but they seem to be getting to the locations that are really severely impacted with congestion and dangers. And again, on the CTAG board, it's just a recommending. All we're doing is recommending a budget, but I'm going to try to get our voice out there again. I think I'm still on that committee. That's a CTAG committee. So for the bicycle pedestrian.
So is that regional rep?
Yeah, it's for bicycle / pedestrian.
That's the key, is that I think it's important that as you were talking about the influence of those boards, that you may not necessarily be advocating for Foster City, but you're advocating for those improvements in other areas.
Well, exactly. And I'm not sure who's, because that was my first year serving on it. I don't know in the past who served on that committee. Was there anybody on this council? I decided that because I ride bikes as much as John, so we just don't bump into each other at the same time. So
I thought that one wasn't one that was on our list. I thought that was one that was done through that mayor's committee.
Yeah, that was separate, right?
That's a separate committee. It's the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee of CTAG.
Yeah, CTAG, that's what I meant.
Generally, as terms expire, then there will be vacancy notices, and council members can submit their interests. Our current representation, as Councilmember Sullivan stated, he is the appointed liaison on BPAC.
And that's great. So that addresses some of the ones that, or that
Yeah.
has the potential to address some of the ones that you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
So Madam
Very
Mayor,
good.
I just want to address
I mean,
point
I'm
which
still
is
on it.
important to make,
Yes,
which,
Councilmember Hindi.
which is important to make, because, I don't want to leave the public with the impression that we don't get any funding, we don't get any because we are a well-to-do community, or because our roads are in a good shape, or our bikeways are in a good shape. I know for a fact that we did get money from CCAG for our bike lanes, and we use that money as a grant. So we do get money, but you have to apply for money to get money. So it's not like we don't get any because we are doing good job. No, we do get our share. But regardless, we could continue to apply for more, and hopefully we get more. So I'm all for it. When it comes to One Shoreline, I think it was the council unanimous in its decision when that idea was introduced to us by Supervisor Pine at the time, that we all supported, but also at the same time, we all had reservations, and we all wanted to make sure that our rights are protected as far as double paying for the improvement or the protection from sea level rise. At that point, that when they came before us, we made sure, and the record does reflect that Foster City does not expect, and nor should anyone expect Foster City to put more money into One Shoreline, which wasn't called One Shoreline at the time, for anything that's going to be addressing 2050 sea level rise. We are only willing and prepared to pitch in for something that goes to address beyond 2050 sea level rise, because our levy system that we are paying for by ourselves does protect us for 2050. That's one. Second, I'm all for, obviously, like all of us, to try to find and explore any way we could have some grants funds come to pay part or some of our levy system. It's going to be difficult, but I think it's a great thing to advocate for. You never know what you could get until you ask. So we'll see how that goes. AB 20, as far as legislative advocacy, I have no problem with the current company that we have. I think it has been helpful. AB 1029 was one of the accomplishments that happened through them and through Assemblymember Mullen. But that idea, if I think Councilmember Gahani and I were in the subcommittee on the Foster's Landing, that idea really came from the Foster's Landing discussion that we were having, and RPPG were attending with us one of those meetings, and they wanted to hear from us, what is it that we have been doing? Because they thought that was really a great thing that we are doing to address the problem that we were having with Foster's Landing, that it could make a great story in Sacramento, that Foster City again took the lead on something by our action on the city level that could be probably an example and could put a spotlight on the issue that facing the entire state on expiring covenant of affordable housing. And that was the birth of AB 1029. So great work again, but I think we as a city started that, and that story that they told up in Sacramento helped make it happen. Why is a small city gonna have to carry the burden of conserving expiring affordable housing with the state not doing anything about it? So I think that was great work. But I think we need to continue to work with our elected official, our state senator, our state assembly, to continue to advocate for issues that we have that we don't like, as far as legislation, as far as what we would interpret as losing local control. I think those are great places to continue to push and to continue to make our voice heard, and to continue to communicate what is it that we are not happy with, what is it that we would like to see them, how we would like to see them vote, or how we would like to see them advocate for our behalf. So on issues such as transportation, how could we influence? I think really we have a unique opportunity here to influence the transportation in the region. Vice Mayor Gahani was I'm sorry, Councilmember Ghani, no more Mayor Ghani, mentioned a very important issue that the public transit system in the Bay Area is really nothing to be proud of, put it this way. You go to other metropolitan areas, whether in the United States or abroad, and you see an efficient public transit system that really the point of it is, as a member of the public, you do not need to have to take your car to move from point A to point B. You could, if you want to, just get in a public transit, and for the most part, you'll get there and as efficient as driving your car, and sometimes even faster and more efficiently. So that's a goal that hopefully, but as we all know, it's an ambitious, not that we should not be ambitious, it's an ambitious goal that, especially having the Bay Area built already and the infrastructure is already in there. I remember when I was in Los Angeles and they started building the subway again, the blue line and the red line, how much they had to gut underground and how long it take and how much money it took. So potentially it could happen. But I think in the meantime, in the interim, the Bay Area could definitely benefit from utilizing its waterway. We have the ferry system being run, but the ferry system, as we all know, is kind of limited to where it could go. You need a marina, and not every community that's on the bay has a marina or could do a marina, and the environmental impact of dredging and so forth is cost prohibitive and probably environmentally not too sound. So we do really have an opportunity here on exploring further the hovercraft and having Foster City being a hub for a hovercraft that will connect not just for Foster City, that will connect the entire Bay Area eventually. So I think that would be something that we could be a factor of influencing the transportation system in the Bay Area sometime to come in the future. Those are pretty much my thoughts on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hindi. I think we have covered every aspect. Kevin, I think there's enough direction.
Yeah, and I just want to point out a couple of things. Thank you for the direction on the legislative process, as the legislative engagement. As your city manager, I absolutely think it's critical for 2022 that we continue that. The contract expires on the 15th of January. I am asked Marlene to bring something back to the council with what they'd focus on, but thanks for your support there. I believe it's going to be very, very important in 2022. The rec center discussion will also continue what John hit on. I think when we come back in that study session that you have to talk about those partnerships and expanding them beyond just preschools. As Sanjay said, is it performing arts centers, is it gymnasiums, but really leveraging that conversation to look at other partnerships, including the community college district. And you have an advocate in Fred Bear, I'm aware. And the last piece is, I believe, and with the council's support, I need to reconnect, but I believe One Shoreline wants to come back and address the council again in March, and just as a general update. And I think it's a great opportunity for the city council to re-engage back, saying, here's what we're thinking, and it ties into some of the insights from Sam, but I'll try to coordinate that and get them to the table to address the council. And they've heard some of your concerns, so they're not gonna be caught off guard. They know where through your engagement. And the last thing I'll say, when you're at the table as our reps and you've got these new appointments, stay engaged. As Sam said, it's so important that you start to build those relationships with your other elected officials at all levels, state, federal, and that's where we'll make a difference in being influential in a lot of different areas. So thank you, and I think that policy direction or concepts is very clear, and we'll be ready to carry some of those out. Thank you.
That's great. Vice Mayor had a comment.
Thank you. Part of the difficulty of going near the beginning is you learn and get ideas from your colleagues. Yeah. Just a couple things I wanted to mention. Councilmember Hindi mentioned about the One Shoreline and the city not giving any more money type of thing. And I think what I heard from Councilmember Ghani the major concern is if One Shoreline decides that they want to fund through a countywide sales tax increase, our residents are paying not only the sales tax increase, but they're paying the parcel tax for our levy. So they would be paying twice. I think that was a concern as much as the city putting money in. Two more things came up as I was thinking, as everybody else was speaking. One, in the education arena, I reached out to Allison Proctor. It's a topic that's near and dear, but the school district here, for reasons not related to Foster City, stopped allowing law enforcement on their campuses as a partner. You know, obviously they need to go there for police-related functions, they can go there. But our police department has had a wonderful relationship with our schools, our elementary schools and middle school, for the last 2 to 3 decades in teaching our students good life skills, and at the same time creating and fostering positive relationships with our students that last well into their adult years. Some of the issues that the district was facing regarding the agreement with San Mateo are different and not related at all to what was going on in schools in Foster City. There was no money exchanging hands. We weren't charging them to be a part of the campus. And I don't believe, as far as I remember, I don't believe our school resource officer was on campus enforcing rules and laws as much as they were doing education type interactions with our students. And I think we are doing a disservice to our youth in our community by not re-engaging that partnership with the school district. I believe the school district may differ because they represent 2 different cities. I believe we can do our programs in our schools irregardless of whether San Mateo does or not. And I really think that we need to re-engage them on that topic. And the other one, though I know I've been educated on a few occasions by Councilmember Hindi and his understanding from the airport roundtable, that's another area where I think we as a region need more influence. I know that it seems as though we're a small entity going up against the federal government is part of the issue there. And I'm not a pilot. I understand what Councilmember Hindi has shared with me regarding planes flying over Foster City. I know we had an increase for a while there was construction, but he and Councilmember Sullivan and myself all live in a very similar area close to the Bay. And we get planes that fly over Foster City or very close to it. I know from experience in San Diego area that we were able to work with the Navy to move, how they moved over land before they got over the Bay. And the Bay down there is much, much narrower than it is here. We have a lot more Bay area to cover that could allow planes to fly over. And it shouldn't all be about money. It should be about quality of life. If it costs the airline another $100 or a few $100 or $1,000 to stay over the Bay a little bit longer before they move over north of the San Mateo Hayward Bridge, then so be it. Everybody in our communities are paying a lot more for airfare and getting less for it. There's got to be ways that we can affect better the landing and the takeoff. I'm not forgetting about people in San Bruno and South City. Airplanes are revving their engines to get altitude right over those communities when they could be taking, I guess, they could be taking off more over the Bay towards the Golden Gate and then making the turn. I would love to see some regulations in our area that state how low those commercial airliners can be while they're over residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any
Happy
last
to,
comments?
happy to give some insight on that if time allows. If not, I'll connect offline with Councilmember Furman.
I think what would be a good approach, Councilmember Hindi, is maybe not this afternoon, but I know it seems to be coming up more, and just I think it would be helpful just sort of a general update, because you've got some great information that can go to the entire city council. So at your pleasure and as time allows, I think that would be a great update for the council as well as staff. So if you're comfortable with that, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just had one comment for consideration. We're gonna have a lot of updates in the next few years to Bowditch. From a middle school perspective, I think just having those types of updates coming to us and just ensuring that we're working in sync with the school district as they're making those updates would be beneficial for our community.
Improvements to Bowditch Intermediate School, Bowditch Middle
Yes, sir.
School. Yes, okay, noted.
Yeah, that is one
They're
of the
coming
key
up over the
initiatives.
next few
Yes,
years.
that's extremely important for the community. And overall, that was a great takeaway when I was when I was the liaison with the school district, especially with the high school district, and now Fred is in the room. We had long conversations on bringing the funding back, figuring out ways so, all the tax measures that our community pays for and our students go to high school in other cities, what could be some of the ways to bring that funding back in Foster City. So I have updated and shared the work that I had done offline with the liaisons, and I would love for that work to continue. And it seems like council is in consensus on that front also. So with that, I think the next item really is a check-in on process and today's meeting progress. It's 2 p.m. We were aiming to wrap up by 3, so should we keep going or any thoughts, Vice Mayor?
Go ahead, John.
I'd like to bring up one topic. It is a significant policy decision that it didn't seem to fit in one of the categories.
Sure.
That I think is worth discussing, and that is the concept of 2-year budgeting.
Okay.
We do annual budgets. A lot of agencies do. There are some out there that do 2-year budgets. And I think why it's important and why I bring it up is the budgeting process, as we all know, is a 6 to 7 month process out of a 12-month year. So half the year, our staff is working on budgeting. If we did it every 2 years, that allows, we'll need check-ins. We may need to make budget adjustments that we're not typically used to. But we want our staff doing a lot of these other projects and looking into these other things for us. If we freed up 4 or 5 months of time every couple years, it gives them more time to concentrate on those things rather than on the budget. There's one other thing in my mind, but now I can't remember. So that was it. I think that I'd like to see us discuss that.
So if council agrees, maybe Edmund can look into that and get.
Yeah, I think John mentioned this to me, just general, when we were talking about budget. I have mentioned it to Edmund, and I think would be appropriate is to bring something back to council, including when we start our budget discussions. There is a pro-con analysis. John's right, though, and I was here for over 30. It seems like not every 6 months. It seems like you're working on the budget all year long. So yes, we can bring that back as part of our budget discussions, sort of the analysis of the pros and the cons of a 2-year approach, which obviously you would, if you did anything, you would be looking at not this fiscal year, but the potentially following. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So the next item, Kevin, I will hand it over to you on the city department's organizational assessment.
And what I'll probably do is just combine 6 and 7, and we have time. Our goal is to complete our day by 3. And I just wanted to give you a quick, organizational assessment and where my priorities have been spent and taking a look at the organization. I can tell you that we are sound as a city organization, department by department. As you know, we have excellent staff. We've made some mid-year adjustments in HR, community development, finance, public works. We brought on a fantastic new public works director, in my opinion. Police, you'll see some adjustments as part of our budget approach. The mayor and I have been very engaged with the fire JPA. That's a solid organization, but heading in the right direction with the leadership that's provided through the JPA. The 2 departments I just wanted to mention and focus on is first the city manager department. When I came on as a city manager, we only had 1 employee, and she's sitting right behind me, and she was doing a fantastic job, and Jennifer Fan. You have allowed me to make some structural changes on an interim basis, including the appointment of deputy city manager, bringing on a full-time management coordinator. bringing Julie Paping into our organization as the analyst, as well as the work that Vanessa's doing. I will be making a strong recommendation that that become permanent, that organizational structure. I think what we have in place is an excellent team and will absolutely guarantee the success of the next city manager. They're going to come into a city manager's office that has institutional knowledge, performs at a what I want to call just an outstanding level in regards to their responsiveness, their understanding of the city, their ability to coordinate with other departments, their ability to get to yes on critical issues. You have a fantastic staff there that I think we want to keep, retain, and will be critical when that next city manager comes on to have that immediate support in his or her office. So I'll be making the recommendation that that be a permanent structure, and it makes a lot of sense. And that will be reflected in our budget numbers. The other piece is the Parks and Recreation Department. I looked at the proposed changes and how that was put on hold. I think I've shared with all of you, I am proposing to bring back the Department of Parks and Recreation, not in the same format, what I would call as a scaled down format. But one of the keys in that is the immediate need for a director of Parks and Recreation. I believe that structure, and I know there was analysis that you were looking at other things, but that structure for this community and how it can be applied successfully is the way to deliver successful parks, recreation, building, and vehicle services in Foster City. I've seen it by wandering around, management by wandering around. I've engaged with citizens. I've engaged with you. Again, bringing it back on a smaller scale, that will be reflected in the budget discussion, but I will be either via memo, as I think, get some of the technical details, but I will be recommending the immediate recruitment for a director of Parks and Recreation. I think it will be important to have that in place for the next city manager to understand what's out there. As you know, right now, I'm also filling as the director of Parks and Recreation. But again, while I'm here, I think I can assist as a city manager, the type of qualities we would want to bring in this new director of Parks and Recreation, and that you'll get under a separate cover as to the implications. As you know, that position no longer exists, so it also has budget implications. That's my basic organizational assessment at this point, and where I think, again, recommending to you, and it is the responsibility of the city manager to look at its organizational structure. And I think that's where we need to go to be successful this year and for the years to come. And I'd be happy to answer any, again, high-level questions or in regards to this quick assessment.
Councilmember Hindi raised his hand. Councilmember Hindi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for this update. Kind of quick question. When before the budget, would this come before us to kind of have a discussion on it or to give feedback, or are you looking for feedback today?
Yeah, I'll probably send out a memo. I'm trying to figure out, well, most of it is, Sam, will be budget related because the impacts of creating permanent positions has a budget impact. The director of Parks and Recreation, I'd like a little feedback because I think I want to initiate that sooner than later. I think it's important that that's in place, that either the process has been completed and candidates are ready to be interviewed by the city manager. And that also will need policy direction in general because the position doesn't exist any longer and also there's no funding for it. So I'd have to come back to the council to seek that title authorization and funding, but I'd like to start that wheel rolling right now.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly that you were suggesting that if that position is established, that you are thinking or your recommendation is that vehicle and building maintenance will also be part of the Park and Rec department?
Absolutely. And the reason I recommend that is because I think the issue and the problem was that buildings and vehicles fell into a void. And I led that division as the director of Parks and Recreation for over 20 years. And if it's done correctly, with the correct oversight based on what the Department of Parks and Recreation, how they operate, it should be done successfully. And I know there were some breakdowns in leadership in the past, and I've discussed this with Lewis as well, our new director of Parks and Recreation, that based on the size of the department buildings and the size of our vehicle oversight. That should be, in my recommendation as a city manager, a strong director of Parks and Recreation with the correct leadership skills, skill set, et cetera. They don't have to have all the technical knowledge. They should be able to run that department with those 4 divisions.
Okay, we could talk more, I guess, when you provide us that memo, but I have reservations on having building and vehicle maintenance be part of the Park and Rec. I have witnessed and I have seen when you were there, that was running fine, but after you left, we have seen a lot of problems. So
Well, again, in all due respect, and that's my point as a city manager, I believe if you have the correct leadership in the Director of Parks and Recreation position, the correct leadership, that based on the organizational structure, they should be able to handle those duties, and we can discuss it further, but again, I believe the assessment was there were some breakdowns in leadership, and that's how it should be addressed. And
let me,
yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
And I also have some concerns about capacity in public works, including workload, et cetera. As in my organizational assessment on that area, I did some evaluation internally of public works of how buildings and vehicles was being managed, and there was a void there as well.
Okay, so I would like to learn more about that from you maybe at a later time.
Absolutely.
But the question that I have in my mind, I know it happens in some cities, but how common is it for Park and Rec director to be handling building maintenance and vehicle fleet?
Buildings more common, vehicles probably not at all. But again, as you know, Sam, my philosophy, it's about leadership. And it's about leadership and skill set and in being able to lead complex organizations. So you're right, you see it more in buildings. You don't see it very much in vehicles. But again, my assessment over those four months, it's about leadership. It's about skill set. It's about understanding people and how to lead them and providing solid direction to a superintendent who leads building and vehicles. And again, I'd be happy to share that on a more detailed basis for all the city council members as far as that assessment.
Fair enough, thanks. And then the other
Thank
thing
you.
that you had mentioned on the city manager department, you said your recommendation is to make those positions that you have as interim now permanent
That's
before
correct.
the new city manager comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, well, they can still be, I think what's more, I would recommend that as part of the budget process. But what I'm recommending is when the new city manager come in, what I'm saying is that organizational structure will be in place. Right now it's on an interim basis, but I believe that structure will guarantee successful first steps for the next city manager to be successful in their tenure as city manager. The staff we have in place now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you for.
Patrick, you need to turn your, yeah.
Okay, thank you for your update. Could you tell me who would be managing the lagoon water and the beaches? Would it be the park or would it be the Public Works?
Public Works, no change to Public Works structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that,
Yeah, thank you. And again, updates to come formally to the council.
Vice Mayor Fruman has a comment.
Thank you. Just a couple comments and questions, I guess. One of the things that I had heard before we separated parks and public works and whatnot, a concern related to having a lot of CIPs that come into what was traditionally park and recreation and not having the staff within the department to get things to further those CIP projects. It was difficult. And so the one thing that I am going to stress that I think is super important, that was evident to me when I first got on the council, was some clear disconnection between city departments. The level of cooperation was not where I think we have traditionally had it. And I know that our department heads are responsible for that to some extent, and some of that comes from leadership that was above them. This level of cooperation is essential to our success. A Parks and Recreation director is not educated in the ways of engineering. They're not educated in the ways of finance. It really requires teamwork among departments to come up with a solid plan for a CIP. I think that's one thing that's critical to making that work.
And really quickly, thank you, Vice Mayor Froman. I should include that in my analysis, and I did talk to the Director of Public Works. I absolutely agree that may be in part some of the challenges that were had in the past, that maybe from a technical standpoint, someone was managing a capital project that should have been assigned to Public Works. That change has been made immediately. So our capital projects, CIP, Parks, Recreation, or otherwise, will be managed by the Director of Public Works and our engineering group who has those technical skills. Teamwork, Park and Rec should be at the table in some sense, right, to provide the insights, but the management of the CIP program falls squarely under the responsibility of Director Sun. And that's the transition that I've already provided direction on, including, as an example, the Parks and the Recreation Center, Parks Master Plan. That will be handled by the Director of Public Works and his engineering staff.
That teamwork and cooperation remains equally important. Yep. Because the project's been moved over there. The experts in that area, whether it's a recreation center or a park amenity, are in Parks and Recreation.
They have to be at the table.
So absolutely important. I would submit that the move of building maintenance and vehicle maintenance to Public Works, any lack of success that was there from things that I have heard, a lack of embracing the change. I don't believe they were embraced when they moved over there. I don't believe, I would agree with your assessment of a lack of leadership, and this is not on Director Sun. They weren't given a good opportunity to fit in and mold well into Public Works. So I'm interested as well in hearing about the move back. The other question revolves around, I saw a connection with Parks maintenance and Public Works maintenance in the sense that similar types of skill sets, similar types of equipment being used, vehicles and whatnot. Don't we gain any types of efficiency, backup support, things like that by having Parks, Public Works maintenance groups in one unit?
Again, I would come back with, we have some additional information, and at a higher level, we're looking at classification studies, et cetera. So I'm not able to disclose any of that information, but we're evaluating all that and how it would work. But I don't have the details. I have the details, but I can't provide them at this time as we're still discussing that.
All right, thank you. And then the only other comment I would have in relation to organizational excellence in the assessment is a topic that you and I have discussed, and I think is extremely important, is employee empowerment. I remember, I don't know if I think we talked about this, it may still be the case, at least with Parks, is that certain employees within the Parks Maintenance Division were assigned certain parks. And I believe that ownership provides for excellent service, because that park or that amenity is representative of those employees who are working there. They have a vested interest in seeing it be the best that it can be. I think that the same ought to be for those Public Works employees dealing with, whether it's our lagoons, our streets, our signage in town. That's something I'll deal with or look into when we look at the beautification committee. But to some extent, where the city council has given authority to the city manager at a certain level to take care of city business, is there a way, this is kind of a rhetorical question, you decide, is there a reasonable level at which a line level employee feels that they have the empowerment to solve a problem? I drive by something every single day, this is not right, I can fix it. And it's a relatively inexpensive item, or it's not a policy decision item, that they can just get that done. I really think that if they feel that they have that power to do those things, it gives a lot of job satisfaction, because every day now they drive by and they say, I fixed that.
Yep.
Because I saw it. I think that's really important.
It's a great point. And again, this goes back to leadership, right? You're the and I'm glad that's why we're having this discussion. It's going to segue into organizational excellence. You're absolutely right. As a city council, you've told the city manager, empower your department heads that way. That's what we've done. That's what we're trying to do, right? That they should be empowered to make those decisions. I'm going to touch on organizational excellence really quickly, but that should be part of your culture. That you shouldn't be having to worry that as a council member, that you want to make sure, and you're asking, are you empowering your executives? Are you empowering your employees to make those type of decisions? And the answer to that is yes. It comes back to leadership. How does a director of any department lead their staff? Starts with the city manager and goes on down, hopefully throughout the entire organization, right? Thank you for that input. Okay, and just again, it sort of ties into what I wanted to talk about, organizational excellence, is that the philosophy that you should expect your city manager to pursue ties into everything you guys have said. It's about pursuing perfection. We can't be perfect, we can be, but expect to be excellent. Stay on the, I talk to our staff all the time, stay focused on the goal of excellence. It's something that you have to do every day, right? And don't drive by the problem, be part of the solution to fix it. Excellent, and by the way, our community, if you're doing that, that's how the citizens will ultimately judge us in the services we provide. They will, and there's no better example than Parks and Public Works, because you physically see it. But again, I share this with you because as your city manager, I'm making sure our city employees know it's everybody's responsibility. Take action. I had a piece in there, the time is always right to do the right thing. A simple concept. And I would encourage you with the next city manager, as we talk, and I get passionate about government and leadership, you should expect that city manager, when he hears that comment, saying, yes, that's what I'm trying to do in building our employment and placement power, do the right thing. Organizational excellence also creates discipline, courage, humility, gratitude. And the last thing I want to share is that as we go out and recruit the next city manager, I'm going to make sure that they understand that message. That's intended to be part of the culture. And if I was applying for the job, I would look at that. And if I talked to a council member and heard that expectation, that's the type of organization I want to work for. That's the type of organization I want to lead. And so that's what I'm trying to instill. That was my assessment. We have a fantastic organization. I appreciate the opportunity you've given me in the past 5 months to lead it and reinstill some of those components, but I can tell you the employees are embracing it, and it's a relearn, but I hope that consistency doesn't change when I leave, that new city manager is going to have their own personality, but there's basic concepts about leadership, excellence, et cetera. It ties into the city manager relationship. I shared with you the 7 keys for success. Look at those, keep them in your back pocket. It talks about having patience, understanding the relationship. And I came across the quote, and I'll end it with this, I think was just critical, is the city council city manager relationship has a direct impact on the tone of the city council meetings and public perception of the city council's effectiveness. We're a team. We get this done as a team. I get policy governance. I understand that role as far as city council direction to the city manager, but you're entering a critical period. Build that relationship for now and the future. You have a great opportunity, and I'm hoping we're getting some great candidates that the expectation that you want them to have passion about local government and know how to deliver it and lead their team. So with that, I thank you, and more to come in regards to your specific questions on some of the organizational changes that I want to recommend. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. I think the next item is information only items. So Kevin, do you want
Yeah,
to-
just make sure you mark your calendars. The Recreation Center, we're going to provide an update on the Recreation Center design plan, site plan analysis, construction process, survey results, funding sources. As a study session, it's going to start at 6:30 our regular time. I am going to ask to reconvene the subcommittee on facilities to discuss that. So I think it's Richa and Patrick, I think. I'll double check that. we'll give you a heads up on that date to just connect on a couple things. And also on that same agenda, so we may have a little longer meeting, is the consideration of the minimum wage, or the minimum wage ordinance is also slated for the 31st. And again, just as a note, although those are scheduled for the 31st, we do have a city council meeting on the 18th, Tuesday, the 18th. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And that takes us to wrap up. At this time, any closing comments? Reflection on the day from anyone? Or everyone too tired? That cookie wasn't good. Councilmember Kahani.
No, I actually found today to be efficient, effective. We got to the points. We kind of boiled down the important aspects of this multi-issue, all the issues that we have to deal with. I think we really did a good job of prioritizing the ones that we need to focus on in the near term. And what I really appreciated from today was the opportunity to really dream big, think about, where we want to be 5-10 years from now, hear from my colleagues, and really seeing a lot of heads nodding here and Sam's support, just online. I kind of feel like we have a lot that we're seeing the same. And so that was really exciting for me. And what I'm really excited about is putting it in our highly competent interim city manager's hands now, and having that, spit out just a bunch of things that we can look at and do to move the needle this year. And so I want to thank everyone for their time and energy today. And I found it to be really effective. So thank you.
Yes, Sanjay. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to thank Acting City Manager Kevin for putting a great summit together. I want to thank the staff for their due diligence. I want to thank the mayor and council, and I concur with former Mayor Sanjay Kahani that this was well received, that everybody got to voice their opinion, and that we were thinking outside of the box, and that we're united to facilitate and make sure that Foster City has another 50 outstanding years ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Who wants to go next? Any comments? Sam, Councilman Hindi.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Alwasi. Great meeting. I appreciate that we stayed on topics. We didn't dive too deep, and I appreciate the efficient use of time, if you will. We kind of remained on task, and we did not deviate that much. So that's helpful. But still have energy to go back to work. But what I wanna thanks Kevin also for your work and preparation. You and Rich, I know that took a lot of time, a lot of energy, and probably a lot of meeting as well. But what I would like to leave today with, and hopefully all of us will leave with, is kind of think about what policies do we want to put in place in 2022, where we look back and say 10, 15, 20 years and say, wow, we were on that city council that started that process, and here it is, the benefit for our community 15, 20 years from now. So one example again strikes me, I think I mentioned earlier, is the levy system as one of those things that I would say, wow, okay, that's great. So hopefully as the year progresses, 2022, and every time we tackling policy matters, keep it in that perspective and keep it in the benefit of our community and how could that shape the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hindi. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I enjoyed our session today. I think it gave us an opportunity to get some things on the table for staff. We had a really quick comment at the break about at the beginning, it was trying to keep things at a high level, but at the same time, staff needs enough information to bring back something that is palatable for the council. And so I look forward to seeing what comes back and the use of the subcommittees for that purpose to try to refine these high level policy ideas to something that we believe as a subcommittee, the rest of the council is looking for. So I look forward to what comes up during the year, and we've got a lot of opportunities in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I couldn't agree more with everyone. I'm very, very excited about everyone's support in making this day a productive one and an efficient one. The agenda by design was quite high level, but we attempted to offer some framework and some structure to it. And I agree with Vice Mayor that what now staff takes and comes back with is very critical. That's when we translate ideas to action. And that is very critical. And I appreciate everyone's focus and dedication to keep the conversation high level. There weren't many moments, there weren't many moments where we started to figure out the how we will accomplish things. And there were great ideas that came out. And it's about execution, translating it to action. And totally agree with Sam. We all five of us couldn't be more delighted to look back and think about the things we did in that year when we were part of the council. And that ties back to coming full circle to Kevin's comment on, great leadership, takes in a positive way the community where, or the organization where it never was. So really looking forward to that. And I thank all of you for a productive conversation, and thanks staff, Kevin, for his engagement and his hard work engaging with this is all of our summit, engaging with everyone, and Jen and Julie for like real time, even technology can do this to this level. So real time summary of the discussion. I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that. So thank you, both of you. And thanks all the staff members. They were department heads. They were so engaged. Right at the time we talked something about the planning department, Marlene's camera is on. Right at the time we talked finance, Edmund was engaged and active, and same for Director Sun. And Ben, thanks for being here and helping us with your insights right at the time it was needed. Couldn't agree more with Kevin. We have an outstanding staff. I appreciated the organizational assessment, and I'm super optimistic about the year. If we can make this happen in this type of environment we were challenged with COVID, I think we can achieve anything. So with that, I adjourn this meeting.
Just a quick note, you'll get, so this document will I mentioned to the mayor, so this document, our working notes will come back to you with sort of in a form, a highlight, a bullet. We'll try to pull those highlights out, as well as what we perceived as policy priorities. And if those need to be tweaked or reprioritized, that will be your directive. So you will get a clerk recap, but then a staff sort of bullet point of the key points, and then what we believe are potential, as John said, policy items and or subcommittee discussions. So you'll get that recapped in a document. So thank you.
Thank you. And I missed to thank Tracy for being here throughout, right? And so thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.